Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Here.
Anna Smith,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Sade Fashakun, Francesca Romans,
Here.
Paul Gauthier.
It is 9:07 a.m. and with a quorum of the board present, I will now call this meeting to order.
very eager. Try not to put anyone in this circle now, like in mind. So I have to have your thoughts about other people. Most people can read your body language in 2 seconds. So that's why we want to check ourselves before we check ourselves. Okay, and then third, I know I'm preaching to the choir. Third is just if you want to be great, you learn how to get compliments to other people on a daily basis. Those are my 3 challenges I give every group. It's kind of a formula for leadership development. Just learn how to not put yourself down in that growth mindset. Fail forward. It's part of our mantra in the school district. Okay? So we're going to sequence stuff. We're going to play a game real quick. Seem like a bright group. I'm going to see if we can count to 10. I'm going to play too. So here's the deal. In this activity, we can't go in a circle or talk about it. There's no planning. We just have to randomly count to 10, one at a time. And if 2 people say the same number at the same time, we'll start over. The other caveat is if someone says a number, like if you say 3, we can't say 4. So if someone says 9, the people next to you, then you can't say the next number. So if you're only saying one number at a time, and you're just trying to count to 10 as a group, any questions on this activity?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
Start over. Good try. Got to 10. That's pretty good. That's very rapid. 1, 2, 2. Start over. 1, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7.
you got this.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, real quick debrief on the fly. What do we have to do to be successful? Listen, talk, pause, read body language, okay, good, and give yourself permission to fail and make mistakes. So we don't have paralysis by analysis. We overanalyze everything that we do. Okay, something to think about. Also, a family that plays together, stays together. So it's important for people to have retreats like this and get to know each other, right? I think you're only as good as your relationships. So that's why we want to build them constantly. Okay? Just get with the partner that you haven't talked to yet today. We're going to give you a challenge. Just prepare for some next week. I'm going to step out of this one. This will be fun. Okay? Here's your next challenge. I'm going to give you 1 minute each, 2 minutes total. If you're done early, we'll go through it. So you're going to talk to your partner about who is your favorite leader and why. And then they're going to introduce your favorite leader to the group and tell us why you're doing it. Go.
it's like this morning,
Okay. All right, good people, let's keep rolling. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get to Mr. Parker's favorite leader, my name. Okay? Now, I'll start. So Shade said that it was hard for her to pick one person, but she likes people that are very steady, that help create paths for other people and enable them, that are knowledgeable about their skill set, whatever they're using, whatever they're doing. And then, who's my name? Yeah. Perfect. Let's give her a go. Washing some game, if you're looking for game, place. And then we're going to use this space right here a little bit just to kind of get away from this. I'm going to have you do that. I'm going to stay there. Okay, we're going to do a little problems here. We're going to do some problem solving. So everyone has their bandana, correct? Okay. So try to move. If it's not working, I'll take it for you.
Okay.
Cool. So we're going to take our bandana. You can borrow yours to start with the side. Come on. We're going to put our bandana in our right hand like this. Then we're going to get chicken winged up like this. And you're never going to let go of your bandana. With your left hand, you're going to grab someone else's bandana that's not on either side of you. And then you can't share two with the same person. You're going to set up a human knot and try to get out. And the one caveat is you can let go if you need to start over. If it's not working, that's why they come to you. Okay, so let's set up our knot. And then if you have any questions, please let me know. No, that's just to get some reference points. I'm not start using that.
It's a very serious T-Rex arm.
There we go. Let's go slow and control, make sure we're not sharing two with the same person. And you don't want to share one with someone right next to you. Okay, cool?
Yep.
No one's sharing with you. Okay,
This is great.
let's slow down, speed up. Your goal is to get out of this knot without letting go unless you need to start over. So tell people what you need to be successful.
Where's the Trisha on top? Are we allowed to go outside of the circle?
Whatever you need to do, as long as it's not.
Okay.
What is it?
No.
No.
You're going to try to get out of this knot without letting go unless you need to start over.
We'll go that way. Okay. Okay.
I don't know.
This is the most obvious thing.
Yeah, like Sunday, right?
Nope,
Where's the student?
Okay. Oh, that one. Okay, so you can go under Bruce's arm. There you go. Between. Yeah.
No, I have this right here. No, you know what? I think you're right.
Okay.
Now what
Okay, now
happened?
you're.
Which way?
You know what?
Where should we go?
There we go.
Here we go. Yeah.
Doing something.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at the most obvious things before you move.
Maybe you can send it to
Doing good.
Where do I need to go?
I think she needs to come over
But I've got my arm around my neck.
Oh!
I don't think he meant
This is really enough. Yeah, you and Trish can you face behind? I thought you had some.
Oh,
Yes,
there
that's
you go.
yeah.
There we go. Okay, Brady, over there.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, Trish, you coming, Trish, coming.
Wait.
Yeah, you can follow her.
Oh, take care of it.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Where's it?
Okay, let's get it back.
Trish, come back over here. Yeah, wait. Well, I'm gonna go over here. Yeah. No.
Look, you have to go. Do they have to step in where?
Now, Anna, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, boy. Turn your
There you go.
There you go.
Yes, there you turn.
Trish, you need to turn around. Turn like.
That's it. Yeah, there you go. Uh-huh.
Doing good.
Stop. You don't have to turn. You can face.
Face mark, yeah.
You can face. Yeah, you can face.
Now,
Come this way, come towards you.
And you might have to spin.
there we go.
Look at you.
I think that's a really good metaphor for like looking at something from the facts. You know, and not from a different angle.
So let's rewind the tape on that. So from the conception when we started to the end, what were some keys to your success? There's several things going on. Listening.
Talking.
Talking.
Yes, communication.
Being quiet. Like, I was hearing people talk, it's like, okay, you're not doing my help right now.
And
Also,
those
I didn't trust when someone's like, step over here, turn this way, like dressing
Good, you're not going away to fall.
Trying different things and being willing to back up a little bit.
I like it, yeah, Bruce went up and down three things at a time. But that's good because you gave yourself permission to go forward, and you're like, okay, that's not working, let's rewind. You don't have to punt it, you can do this.
And even when we got started, it was just, we just started, we didn't, it was just do it, just do it.
Just way to do it.
And it only takes a couple people to poison the atmosphere. We're not, our umpire or whatever, to start complaining. We're not doing this. Instead of just having, if you go to the LBJ Museum on the top floor, it's Langford's desk. And all it says on it is can do. Just having an attitude like, we got this, we got this.
No matter, in spite of, as we learned last night, in spite of.
I thought too, I was like, thought it was going to try, I was like, wait, I want to do it right because I want the team, like I want to be part of the team. Like I was literally thinking about this. Like, oh, I don't do this wrong. I didn't want to let the team down. But they were telling me that possibly can't work. Okay, because I was, so I just had to like stop that internal dialogue of being afraid I was going to
Screw it up.
and just like listen and be like, okay, if I mess up, they're not going to be like, oh, trash, you made this wrong. And I was worried about that.
Yeah.
But that goes back to what Gloria said, just trusting each other, not trusting you're leading me in the right direction. I don't have all the answers. I love Steve Crawford at 4 Points. He's just like, his staff come to me, I don't know all the answers. You guys figure your stuff out. Empower.
Try it.
Was he really? He's a great guy.
Try it and see if it works.
He was an AP at Cox Elementary. It challenged my oldest son to death. Pilot's license, where if you come to school early, you always math problems, you get a pilot license. And these kids were great at math because it's proper. It was amazing. Yeah. Anyhow, so I'm trying to stick to my thing here. I'm going to do a quick thing for you. I was trying to stick to the schedule, but I'll go over a little bit. But I want to do one thing right here. And so we're just going to get, just hold on to it for a second. We're just going to get in a little U right here. In fact, we can use this area right here. You guys just make a little U facing me. And then I'm going to give you some categories. And these are called continuum cards. So, someone tell me what you get continuum means. Yes, Trish. It never ends, right? Continuum, right? So, you're going to go to whichever, I'm going to give you some categories, and you're going to go to whichever side you fit in the most on this continuum line. Okay? So, are you the kind of person that you like to compete or you're cooperative? This is competing, this is cooperative. Not everyone's going to be on the same line, we're just making a line, just make a little horseshoe. Yeah, wherever you want to go. This is competing, this is cooperative. And just be honest, we're not grading anyone, so. Okay? Look around, everybody.
Shocking.
Loves to compete. And I'm right there with you. I love to be here. That's a good quality. It's good to have a balance anyway. Okay, here's the next one. Are you more bought into short-term goals or long-term goals? Kind of thought that way. That's interesting. I like to have daily goals and long-term goals. Which are good to do that, right? Short-term, long-term, okay? Just trying to get to know each other better. Are you the kind of person that you're serious or lighthearted most of the time? Are you kind of serious or are you kind of lighthearted? I like it. I got it. Good. Being lighthearted and serious, good balance. Okay. Here's another one. Are you the kind of person that you like to take a firm stand or you seek compromise with other people? Firm stand, I like to compromise. That's good. Just in general, as far as your leadership skills go. Very good. That's good. Okay. This goes to my skill set. Are you the kind of person that you like to climb more or you hold the rope for people more? You're the belayer or the climber? There we go. I like it. That's a real good balance. Okay. How about this one? You get bucked up the worst way you They didn't have to be the same words, right? It's different words. So that's one of the things I can use that with the kids and say about it. Don't quit in life at all. You just feel the different words. Okay? So are you the person that you don't give up, or you're like, we're moving on? Steadfast, I'm not giving up on this, or I'm moving on. These are just categories like personality and we're going to do one more, and then we'll let go. Okay. So, do you appreciate simplicity or appreciate complexity? Complexity, simplicity. Exactly. Okay, cool. So one thing, and I'll share what my personality is. I always talk about any system that's not easily executable, people don't use. If you're creating systems that are really complex that no one buys into, they'll make up their own work. Start making it up. Anyhow, I wanted to just tell you I've been over here to work with you today for a short time. I just wanted to build some relationships, let us get to know each other. As you can see, I have stuff laid out everywhere. I always bring too much stuff. So if we do this again, I'll do different things for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You want these separate?
Yes, I'm going to watch all this. Just
Okay.
thank you for asking. And if you want to pick up the script, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Grab those. Thank you. Pleasure. Good to see you again. Thank you very much. I like that stuff.
Yeah, good stuff.
Thank you for being here.
I love Tennessee, by the way.
Tennessee's fun, isn't it?
Okay.
Have a great day.
That was good, I love y'all.
That was fun. He's always. Greg is always.
And we did good or not, I'm just saying.
Yeah, nobody dropped it. And I let him go first on my
How fast do you do it? Is there a competition? Is there a tiny one?
No, I brought this kid for you when you need
Oh.
Oh, I brought tissue. I just, my nose is running.
All right. There I am.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good morning. It's good to be with y'all this morning. I'm super excited. We're going to continue some conversations that we actually started at retreat last year and continuing that work. So just doing a quick check. Are we good to jump in?
Yeah.
Okay. We will have a break during our time together, and definitely if we need to stop at any time, we can definitely do that. Okay. All right. Okay. So, theory of action. So, my favorite slide as we talk about our system alignment and the work that we have engaged in over a number of years to really tighten the system so that it is all aligned to ensure that we are driving towards that vision and mission that you all had identified that is based on our community's hopes and dreams. So you know about our 5-year plan, our community-based accountability, which is our hopes and dreams from our community. The district and campus improvement plans are the 1-year cycle of that improvement. And then we've been working on the superintendent evaluation. Actually Thursday, getting input from you about how do we make sure that that's aligned to this work. So continuing on, and bless you, we talked Thursday, a reminder about the theory of action work that we had engaged in. So if the Board of Trustees do X, then the superintendent will be able to do Y, so that we will realize the vision, mission, and graduate profile. And just a reminder, so how we have captured our evidence around that vision, mission, and graduate profile, that is living out that strategic plan, like realizing that's how we have said we're going to achieve that. When you think about the superintendent actions, those are identified in the superintendent evaluation. So we are in the process of identifying those actions for this year. So we're continuing that work. Thank you, Greg. And then, as we think about the Board of Trustees, what are those actions? That's board purpose, board goals and evaluation, and board meeting agendas. So this morning, we're going to dig into that, the Board of Trustees part.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So the strategic plan, the 5-year strategic plan isn't on here. Would you see that as part of the vision, mission, and graduate profile in a smaller chunk, or would you see that as part of the superintendent evaluation in a smaller chunk?
The strategic plan?
Yeah.
So the strategic plan is the plan to realize the vision, mission, and graduate profile. So it's by living that out, we know that's how we're going to achieve that. Yes, thank you. All right. Okay, so let's start with board purpose statement. So you actually drafted this, started a couple of retreats ago, and at the beginning of this year, as we brought it back to look at it again, you changed one piece on this where it did say at the end for student success, but you had a debate about that and actually landed on for student growth. And so this is the board. Yes, there's things that are in policy that drive, why do we come together as a board? But this really gets at the heart of what you all have said. This is why we come. This is why we're here, because we want to live out this purpose as a board of trustees. And then we also asked you, thinking about that theory of action, so if that's your board purpose, if you know what we're trying to achieve as a board, but also for our students, then what are the most important board actions and behaviors that will support and drive these efforts? And so we asked you, and it was about in January, and you created this affinity. It's really small print, so I know it's very hard to see, but this was the work from that meeting. And what that comes down to were these 5 areas that you felt if we were living out these things, if we had these as our goals as a board, then that's going to support the superintendent in his actions in order to drive the work and realizing that vision, mission, and graduate profile. So we have those. Then we brought to you all, after that, some more fleshed out versions of board goals. And so those are the 5 board goals, fleshed out a little bit more. And if you recall, we actually brought indicators to you as well, based off of what you all had said on that affinity. So these were the things that you said, if we focus on these as a board, this is going to support the superintendent and drive that work.
Is this the time where if board members don't feel like that's it, they should speak up?
Absolutely, we could absolutely engage in that process.
I think it's all fine. I was just like,
Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do today is actually spend some time reflecting on where are we on these goals. So in your board operating procedures, it does say that on an annual basis, you as a board will, one, do the TASB self-assessment. So you actually did one back in June, and you did another one last night, right? It also says that you will do an evaluation based on your board goals and your board purpose. And so that's what we're going to spend some time doing.
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
That bottom one on the left, can we change it to read promote advocacy for public education at various levels?
Absolutely. These are
I
the
think
board
that's-
goals, and so
I
if
think
that
that's
is the
an
board's...
important word.
Okay, so I'm looking for nodding of heads, and we will... Okay, so I'm happy to make... These were not officially adopted, so we can absolutely change those. Yeah.
I think what I really appreciate about that clarity, Chris, is that as trustees, we are elected for our public education system, and our role is to be focusing on our public education system, which is in all the state-approved school board development framework, and so, yeah, that does add clarity.
Okay, before we jump in, thank you for capturing that. Before we jump in, anything else that stands out to you on this that we need to tweak on the language? Because we absolutely can. Okay, All right, so what we're going to do now is actually spend a little bit of time, and I know your time is so precious, so we're going to actually use time right now to do this. So Dr. Sarah Martinez is brilliant, as you all know, and so she actually took the goals and the indicators that you had and fleshed out a rubric to help. Isn't she amazing? She's out of town, otherwise she would be here. So all you're going to need to do is to take some time individually to rank where do you feel like as the board. So Bruce, these are your board goals, so Bruce is not going to participate in this. But where do you think you fall? And in a rubric, typically we start in that middle section, start at the developing part and say, okay, do you feel like that's true? And then it'll help guide, do you need to go left or right? Okay, so just take some time to circle.
As I look through this, it brings me to last night when we were looking over the data, and if we don't have a shared understanding of the question, then it's hard, it's skewed, right? And one of the things that, and I'm going to be frank, as I was completing, and I told the facilitator last night, I was thinking, I did the first page and I answered them in terms of thinking the entire board of all 7 people, and I didn't feel like that was fair to the work of the majority of the board. And so I hit the back button and I started over, and I really think it's the way, I'm not going to tell everyone how you do this however feels right for you. I'm just sharing, for me, I'm going to fill this out, and when I think about the board, the board members that are committed to being on the Leander ISD board. But I know that's hard because there is 7, but I'm not going to do that because I feel like then it puts us at a different place on here that isn't accurate or fair. I hear that, Gloria, and I've processed that as well. In fact, that was a question I asked Sarah this morning, is how do we process well as a board? We have one of our trustees who is not here to participate. Y'all, it's one of our trustees that was elected, and the fact that they're not here to participate, we're now spending time talking about the fact that we don't have a trustee here to participate. I mean, I feel like still their non-participation, or if they're hostile or aggressive to board members, if they make up untruths, or if we have a trustee member who's not doing homework, it impacts our productivity no matter how much we want it. How much we want to be like, okay, we're going to focus, we're going to stay focused on the kids. Well, no, we're also got to try to work with each other. So I feel like when I'm looking at this, I think I'm going to end up blending it a bit because I find that our board meetings are still reflective of all of our board members. And I think that's where I'll end up being. And it's a weird weight though, because I'll have to say, we're here to talk about it. And so I'll answer some of this too with a heavier weight on the people who are here to discuss.
See,
Absolutely makes sense. I agree.
I think for me, that's where I'm struggling because I filled out that survey with thinking of everybody. And I looked at my scores, and I mean, I'm probably the negative person, the 14%, I'm not gonna lie. But then I went home and processed that conversation, how y'all perceived the questions, and then I started thinking about this. So if I'm gonna do that as a team of everybody, 7 trustees, right? And I know, and I'm identifying problems based on the 7 trustees, and we start finding out what we need to work on. But when we get to that point, we realize those problems would not exist and my answers would be different if it was based on the trustees doing the work and showing up. So I'm going to perceive it as the trustees who are committed and do the work. But like you said, in the back of my mind, also realize we are a team of 8. But right now, I'm going to be committed to the individuals who are here and willing to do the work for our district.
So the only thing I would add on to this conversation is that so you have context, what are we going to do with this, right? So it is to start to identify what are the areas that you as a board want to hone in on and work to improve. Whether that be through continuous improvement tools, we're going to dig into certain things and work on it together. Whether that be we're going to bring in an outside person, even more time with Greg. I mean, that could be something that comes out of this to say, we need to spend some time working together. So just so you have that context as well as you go into this. You could just circle, absolutely. These are just for you, and then I'll tell you what we're going to do at the end. Okay, as we are wrapping up, what I want to do before we jump into dialogue about this, I'm going to have you capture your ratings over on our posters on the wall. And let's go ahead and let's just take a break. So get your dots up there wherever you had ranked. Let's do, what do y'all think, 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about what we saw, what do we notice, and what do we wonder.
from our break. Dr. Grissom, take it away.
Okay, all right, so you did your hot dots over there, so you can see the results on the charts. Then what I want to ask you is just take a look at it, and if we need to get up, we can move over there if that is easier. Right? So I want to know, first, what do you notice as you look at the results? The bottom one, right?
That's one right there. I went right there, like, who is it?
Trish, yes, go ahead.
Do you want me to answer why I'm there, or do we just want to keep talking about what we notice? I'll
no,
answer. I just don't want to derail the conversation in the direction you were
No,
taking.
this is the time for the conversation.
So yeah, we've made some amazing improvements in student voice. And so my first gut reaction was exemplary. We have students doing the pledge, we have the focus on student learning. These are all at the top of our meeting. Our students pull in citizen comments. I love this all. Yet, I am still processing the fact that I feel that although we're doing amazing things, I think in my bar, I think we're still just beginning. Because when I look at, and we've talked about this before, our numbers of students who are participating or where they're falling academically, we have our black and brown students, and we're like, what is going on with this gap? When we talk about our students being involved in finding their passion, whether it's an extracurricular or even if it's an academic club or academics or whatever, gifted and talented students. What about our special education students? And we hear about some of these things, and we've started this discussion, but I feel that we've just begun the real discussion of our student population and how are they well, how are they connected in our community, how are they feeling like they're being unleashed with their learning potential. So that was why that's what I did.
So I get what you're saying. I think for me though, when I looked at it, I'm thinking about our board, right? And the decisions that we make right now. And I feel like this board does a really great job at making sure we are represented all demographics across the board. And one example is this board helped put together our equity office and our AEA policy, right? I think that's what it is. And so when I looked at that question, because I did exemplary, I think about when I first got on the board and how much this board has transformed and really made sure I feel like the focus is not to say that it wasn't on students, but I really feel like this board, when we're making decision, is how is this impacting the student? And then, but also on top of that, I start seeing across the board, our numbers have gone up with when we start looking at those different, demographics as far as for some populations. But then I also start thinking about, when we have to make those hard decisions and just making sure that, why are we here? So that's kind of how I looked at it, because I feel like this board does keep a strong focus on our students. I really do. Now we do.
So what I'm hearing, and I interpreted it close to how Anna did, which is the actions the board is taking. But what I think I heard from you is more about where the results are right now, and there's definitely still work to be done. However, it's just, what are the steps? The way I'm looked at it is, what are the steps the board has taken, and whether it's going to move us in that direction.
Absolutely, I agree. And I think, Anna, you're absolutely right. The board has done some amazing things, so I'm not discounting any of that. I'm just saying I have this kind of line in my head, and it goes back actually to even last year when we did our last team of 8. We looked at our meetings, and there is so much that we need to focus on with operations. There is so much that has to be done in that part, but that focus on that students, like what is this the best time we're spending? Are we focusing on students in this time? And yeah, I think we're doing good as a board. I just think, man, I'd love to see just that continued. I feel like fully integrating. Yeah, I feel like we're still making strides to that.
One of the reasons that I said exemplary there was I was remembering even some conversations that I listened to in meetings before I was on the board, and where it is a student-centered focus. A lot of why I said exemplary was because it's not just the students that are included in the conversations. I remember Gloria saying a lot, even before I was on the board, that what do the teachers say? The teachers who are working with the students, the educators who are working with the students, what are we doing for them? Because by taking care of the teachers, you're taking care of the kids, and they're the ones that are in there every day. So how are we working for the staff to make sure that they can get the students what they need?
When I was answering this one, I was thinking a lot about this past year in LTASB. My project group was student voice. And so we were pulling a lot of different data, talking to the TASB coordinator for like this governance camp and stuff like that, and really bringing in all those pieces. And I was really impressed with when other districts were sharing like what they were doing in student voice, when I was like, oh yeah, I mean, we do that and we're doing it at this level. I also think it's balancing like where the board is fostering that student voice, right? And as our role as trustees. So I put proficient. I think that we have that strong focus. I think administration and staff knows that is our focus, and we put things in place for that. Exemplary, I think, yeah, there's still work that we can do, but yeah, I definitely feel that it's there. But I understand what you're saying too, right? And I think some of this is where your hopes and dreams are, of where you think, where it could be more.
I have one more comment. When I read that, the first thing two things that came to my mind was the SASAC, am I saying it right? The Superintendent Advisory Committee, but how that has now bled into the high school committees at the local level, and you're seeing the local campuses really embrace that student voice, not at high school, but at middle school and elementary. So that trickle-down effect's happening. And then the other thing that made me also think was our long-range planning committee. And, we took a chance to put some students on there, and I'm gonna tell y'all right now, those students, they're amazing. They came to play. Like, they're ready, and if anything, like, I feel like their input in that meeting has really put us on the course to really be where we need to be, and it's because of their voice. So I thought those are the two things that really, when I started looking at that, I was like, oh yes, look what we're doing. So
Yeah, I think just to kind of piggyback off that, they're doing the community-based accountability system meetings as well, and so to hear them talk about what does our survey look like? What questions are important? What questions would you like to see? Like, hearing them talk about those things in that meeting was really, really impactful, because I think sometimes we can view it from an upper level as a board, but then as a parent as well, you're viewing it at a different level. But to hear them talk about it, I think it's really, really interesting. And I think keeping them, like getting them involved in these committees just is hugely impactful. I do understand though, and I totally see where you're coming from, is making sure we're bringing everybody into the conversation, and making sure that we're having all facets of the district have their voice.
So I'm making a connection as y'all are talking, because there has been very clear direction from the board of involving students and having their voice elevated, which is why they're on the long-range planning committee, which is why they're on CBAS. So you see that thread all the way through from your actions and your request and how that is driving the work, right? There's power in that.
And our kiddos even get to do the little recognition part. I love seeing, I mean, students start off the whole beginning of our meeting, right? What a better way than to focus us. I love that.
All right, let's continue the conversation. I apologize, I think that might have been me. So what else do you notice? What do you wonder? And we can...
So the first, first one, the very first slide, yes, that was the one that we all got proficient. We all put proficient on that one. I don't see another column where we all put the dot. And that has to do with board meetings demonstrate good focus, engagement, preparation, leading to increased effectiveness. We're proficient. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that is the only one where you all were in alignment around that?
See, I think the one when you go down to the third line, that was the one where I thought about the entire team of 8. And so there were certain ones that I wanted to give a higher one, but then I started taking into account everyone. And that's, I noticed, developing.
What was that last part? I'm sorry.
That whole, how do you, when I look at foster an environment of trust, transparency, and ethical conduct, I said I'm going to fill this out thinking about the people who are at the table, but when I filled that out, I really had to stop and pause and said, I don't feel like there is an environment of trust. And I don't feel like this board often has like a complete safe space. I think one of the things I specifically thought about last night at the beginning of our meeting, we were asked to share something personal, and I really had a hard time like picking something, because you're asking people to be vulnerable and share something private and vulnerable in a space where you don't feel like there's trust. And so I just feel like it's not fair to ask people to be vulnerable in spaces where you know things might be used against, things that are precious to you might be used to hurt you. So, it was just, when I answered that one, I was like, here, but no, I have to be here. And so it is, I really thought about what you said, because I was like, no, I'm going to fill it out this way. And then right when I got to that point, I didn't.
Yeah, for me, it was that second one where it says foster a cohesive, respectful, and open-minded team environment. I initially circled beginning, and then I changed my mind to developing, because I think it's one of those things where the statement inside of that beginner that says there are sporadic instances of cohesive and respectful team environment, but it is not consistently maintained. And that's something that I really had to think hard about, because it's not consistent. And it's a feeling of not knowing what's going to happen. And you're always on edge. And that's difficult.
Yeah, and I know this might be uncomfortable for staff, but I think it is important for the board to be able to be frank and have real conversation as much as we can in this space. Because, last night we had a board member that showed up an hour late, was aggressive and disruptive, and then after that board member left, we were all still a little bit shaken, and as we moved on, even though that board member wasn't here, it was still impacting the work that we were doing. And so I thought about how do we bring back focus here? How do we do this and stay committed to this work on our core beliefs in spite of all that? And I struggle with that, because in every TASB training you go to, it's like, it's a team of 8. You have to work together. We're all here for the best intentions. You have to work together. And I don't know if that type of training works anymore. I think we have to figure out, given the circumstances, how do we focus and move forward to work towards our core beliefs and the reason why we ran, the reason why we want to do this, why we set out to do this. And I think it's changing. It's definitely a shift, and I don't know if a lot of boards have gone have had to really transition through that. And certainly for administration, I think about how hard it must be for y'all to help guide us through this. Because, you know, she said, hold up your code of conduct or whatever. And I was like, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's going to work for us. Because we have board operating, you know, we have our BOPs, and not every board member has signed those. And so I feel like it's more of holding up this, and not for myself, not for anyone else, but for me. Like when I hold this is more like, okay, Gloria, you need to stay focused here. And as I hold it up, holding it up for all of y'all, of like, hey, us, we're gonna focus on this, and we're gonna try to go back here in spite of everything else that's happening.
We're gonna go back and focus on the kids.
Yeah.
I love those words, Gloria. And as you were speaking, what came to mind is, and it's, I wanna take the last night off the table for a bit and kind of just bring it back to us as the people who are here. There have been times when I've come into the meeting and I thought, Gloria's unhappy with me. Something happened or whatever, and I've thought of that in my head, and all of a sudden, I start reading into everything. You know, did you look at me this way because did you think? And then I'm like, wait a minute. You know, we've talked. Let's not try to read into each other's responses. If you didn't give that great hug, or you didn't say hi, whatever it is. Like, I think there's a whole lot of opportunity for, you know, outside influences to make us divide, try to divide us. And as a board, we don't all have to be besties, although I love each and every one of y'all. You guys are great, really very powerful, studious women here. But I think it's about putting that aside, is what you're saying. It's like, it's not about trying to read in, do you like me a whole lot? Or are we all gonna go out to lunch after this? Or that's really not the point of a board of trustees. The point of the board of trustees is to focus on getting the work done. And so it's great benefit that, you know, we can have moments to talk and we can resolve conflict, and that's great, and that works great with this team because we can have those moments of coming together and growing relationship. I think that's fine. It might not work with everyone. And to your point, I think in El Tasby, that factor hasn't been considered. They haven't talked about the fact of sometimes relationships will not grow with conflict. And what if it's not a conflict? What if it's an aggression? But if we just focus on doing our job, right? And by the way, when I say job, I don't mean a paid job. And I don't mean this is like a job where we have we have one employee, basically. But focus on what we've been elected to do. And this is it. I'm not elected to comment on you. You're not elected to comment on me. We're elected to focus on our kids and our public education system. I love that, Gloria. That was so, thank you for saying that. I found that healing. Thank you.
I'll shift a little bit, and on the open-mindedness one, I said developing, and a lot of that was coming from my perspective of being, I guess, the new kid. Because when you come into a system, period, but especially a system that is massive and has been established, I have a different mindset on how things could be done than people who have been here for a long time. And a lot of times, you know, the immediate response is, well, that's not how we've always done it. And my problem comes in where my response will sometimes be, okay, and? Like, what? I don't understand why that's a problem, but I put developing more for myself, because where I do wish that we were better about being willing to change, a lot of that was just for me, because I need to be better about understanding that that's not how it works, and things can't happen really, really quickly. And actually, I had a really great conversation shortly after I got on the board with Dwayne, and he changed my perspective on that quite a bit, about how it's about having conversations and understanding where people are coming from and understanding where you need to go and the best way to do that. And sometimes the best way to do that is not to flip it over and start over. So I put developing because I have to do better about not always forcing something different.
So that one, I'll be honest, I had exemplary, but I went back and looked because I think of the board members that are here right now, and I do think we do keep an open mind. We've done things differently. The bond, the 2023 bond, long-range planning, adding community members. Right here, culture, right here, this one. But then right here, yeah. No, it's the same one that she was at. But then I went and looked I put developing, and what made me pick that, and if you look at the bottom, it says efforts are being made to cultivate a culture of open-mindedness and continuous learning, but it is not yet fully embraced by all members. That is the only box on here that says not fully embraced by all members. Had that been at every other box, I would have picked that, and I think it would have skewed my results. And I think for me, it's frustrating because here we are trying to improve as a board. We know we're not the best board, even though I think we are. But we have learning to do, right? We have to hold ourselves accountable, and I think I think for me, this one right here really frustrates me as a board member because we're putting in the work to try to improve our district, to do what's best for our students and our community, and it's not embraced by all members. And so, I don't know, it's frustrating, but I think, like I said, if that had been, but it is not fully yet embraced by all members on other developing throughout the thing, I guarantee I would have picked that. And I think that's frustrating to me because that's just one individual is bringing down the work of an amazing board who's trying to do what's best for students.
I like to focus on focus on those core beliefs. I like to talk about the success stories that I felt when I was filling this out, and I see some over there. I think our policy work has just been, there's developing things in there, but goal number 3, I feel that goal 3, policy. I think what we've seen is, with the policy committee work and the things that we're working on, we are progressing. And I think that's a huge success story. Because I think if you had asked us this last year, or 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, you'd be like, what? Because the board, it's just kind of a system. It's the fault of the system that sometimes these are the policy changes you've got, you look over them, make sure there's nothing too crazy and move on. We're now asking ourselves the hard questions of how does this align to our core beliefs? Where do we need our vision and policies? And policy committee's doing a great job going, okay, where do we need hands off, right? And so there's been good discussions of we are moving some of these things out, and just great shout out to the policy committee and all the work they're doing. Sade and Francesca, I love the way they ground me on questioning too. And then I love when it comes to the board, how the board is moving along and asking hard questions. So, and thank you, Gloria, for setting a really great foundation there for us to keep building. And so I really think there's some amazing success stories there.
I just want to piggyback what you're saying. I think we see it in the agendas. The board policy committee is really cranking them out. And I think we're updating policies that have needed to have been updated for a while. So I appreciate y'all putting in the work. I know y'all meet for 2.5 hours, 4 hours, I don't know. But what I'm trying to say though, as someone who's on that committee, I see the work you're doing and I appreciate it because y'all are really digging into that. And we know where our role lies as policy. And I feel like y'all have a great grasp on it. And I appreciate y'all really putting in the effort.
Okay, this is when I said developing on. Not because I don't think the work is good, because it is. I think part of my issue there is that when we get into the policy discussions, I tend to put my paralegal hat on. And Trish and Sade have probably heard me say more times than they'd like to hear it, y'all, we're in the weeds. We're in the weeds. We're answering questions that are not being asked. We have to stay in this one little space. And I again, that's probably more a goal for me, but I appreciate our policy conversations because they're very open and honest conversations. And not everybody agrees all the time, but the focus is the same. Everybody's focus, whether I think we're in the weeds or they want to, have more in-depth conversations, it's always about what is going to move everybody forward, what is best for the district for where we are right now. And I'm really grateful to see that getting better.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to add to what they said regarding the policies and the work of the policy committee, but the way I looked at it is more in terms of the process. We're meeting like, what, is it twice a month or just pretty often? And so to that end, I looked at it as the board consistently implements a systematic process and that's been going on for a year now. And so yeah, it's going to take time to get done, but we're doing it. We're doing it twice a month or every 2 weeks, and we're asking those questions about student safety. So that's why I have proficient on both of them, because I looked at it as not necessarily about the finished work of completing the entire policy review, but it's the process of getting there.
I'm curious too, policy committee will think about this. We might pump back the ethics discussion because that's kind of been stuck on our plate for a while, back to the full board. Because we do end up trying to figure out, it's spending a whole lot of time. That might just be a good one to give the whole board to have that discussion and then we can move forward. Yeah. I have another success. I thought our advocacy were all really strong, and from the legislative committee, from the whole board, from adopting a resolution, from working on our priorities, very intentional conversation, legislative updates. I feel like we have been advocating for our students at every level.
Bruce, you're about to say something.
Yeah, I'm just curious to hear a little bit more from the board on the policy discussion. Those top two are the ones that have the most in the developing area, right? The first one is develop policies that empower and support staff in their roles and responsibilities. So I'm curious just to hear a little bit more about what you thought about that. And the second one is about safety and security. And so I'm curious to know what it is that you feel like you should be doing more of, or where we are in that development process on those two.
I said proficient on both of those because I feel like the work is really, I don't want to say shifting because that implies that it wasn't always there, but I feel like the policies are starting to be more geared towards what the staff needs, because a lot of them are very vague, a lot of them aren't addressing, and I hear that from staff, like, well, where's the policy on this? And I'm glad to see that we're shifting and not only directly addressing, but getting their input on it. Asking staff directly, what is it that you need? How can the policy be different to help you with what you need? I do think that we can do better there because obviously we're talking with staff and we hear certain areas that maybe are lacking. But what I am really proud of is that I feel like in general people are more willing to ask the questions. People more willing to have difficult conversations. What about the policy isn't great? What about it is not working for you? And that is, I think we can do better, but I am really proud of the conversations that are happening.
No, I agree, Francesca. I think that's a great way to say it. And as you were speaking, what it reminded me of is staff works on regulations, right? And so I don't think we should put regulations in our policy. Those are two different things. And to Francesca's point, you know, you want to stay out of those weeds. Then again, you also want to make sure your policy isn't just non-existent. It's not like you can be so far out of the weeds that you're like, no. And it's not like you can just do a phone it in where like, okay, well, we put something there. Like, as a board, I think that's what I hear our policy committee talking about. And we're still churning through this of, is that an in the weeds or is this a vision of our board? And I think the more our board has discussions, the more we'll see this continue to develop. As far as this is an area where we feel strongly as a board, we need a lot of our vision in this policy, or there may be when we're like, no, this isn't, so.
Is it okay if I back up to goal 2 real quick? This was one where most of them for me was exemplary. And the reason that I did that was because I have not seen a district want community input to the extent that this one does. I have not seen it before. And it's for almost everything. You know, we're asking for all of these opinions on zoning. I mean, how many hours have y'all collectively stood and answered questions? That is... Yes. And while it was strongly encouraged, that is not something that administration has to do. There are districts that will just put out a zoning plan and say, this is where you're going. If you don't like it, figure it out. We're actively asking these communities to be involved with every aspect. Does that mean that community voice is going to be the priority in everything? It can't be, because in areas like curriculum, the priority there needs to be on the experts. Those are our educators, and that's one area where we want your feedback. Let us know what you think, and we'll take that to our educators and see what they think. But I remember my own mom was watching a board meeting and was asking, nobody ever asked me my opinion when you were in school. We didn't care. Nobody wanted to know what I thought about anything. And I appreciate so much that this administration and this board are actively looking for people to be involved. We are actively encouraging people show up to meetings, go to these curriculum reviews, get on a Zoom and just listen. We want people to be involved because these are their children, these are their communities. But it's not something that a district has to do. And I'm really, really grateful and think that this district does an exceptional job of making sure people genuinely feel like this district is where they belong. It's where they can go.
I just want to piggyback what you said, that build trust and establish a collaborative relationship, that the board will, that column or whatever you want to call it, I did exemplary, and I specifically thought of the AP book thing we had. And I also think of CACAC. And I feel like this board, you know, regardless of all the hysteria on the outside, we will take in community input, but at the end of the day, we rely on our professionals in our district. And I feel like this board is, we rely on there. And I mean, there'll be times when we push back. Case in point, the bond. Case in point, you know, the 5%. Like, there's times, but I feel like we push back at times when we know it's gonna impact our students most. But I feel like at the end of the day, when it's those decisions that we're gonna rely on our professionals. That's why they're there for. That's why we have them. So I feel like I love that about our board that's here today, and that we really, that relationship and that trust piece right there, I feel like is the key. Because I feel like you look at other boards across the state, and I know you don't want me to do that, I'm so sorry, other boards. But
just don't name them.
I'm not naming anybody, but what I'm trying to get at is there's a lot of outside influence coming into school boards in Texas. At the end of the day, this board, we are going to always go back and back our educators and our professionals, because at the end of the day, that's what they are. They're here to do that. So.
Yeah, I think definitely, we have heard direction from the board of we want to listen to our stakeholders and we want to hear different perspectives. And because we know that we are richer when we hear from all sides and we can make even better decisions. It takes time, right? I mean, even let's talk about the attendance zoning process, right? I mean, even the other night, a community member was like, when are you gonna just make a decision? Like, we're tired of this. And I'm like, we're trying, right? It takes time. It takes time to make sure that people feel heard, that they feel listened to, and that we actually are considering what is being brought forward. But I do believe that does come back to, even as you think about board action and board behaviors, right? So that is something that y'all are demonstrating as well. I think that's important for us to continue about how do we honor all voices and perspectives. Doesn't mean we're always going to agree, but how do we honor the different perspectives?
Can I ask, just to circle back on something, Bruce asked a question, and I was busy thinking of my answer. I should have done my active listening. Because what I heard him say is, look, I see a lot of dots in the developing in policy. Does the board need something else? And so as chair of policy, I want to ask board, do you feel your policy committee right now is doing the right work, or do y'all need something else from the policy committee? Because we can change and adapt to what y'all need.
So I'll be honest, I did the developing for all of it, but the way I viewed this is how when I first got on the board to now, and I feel like you three have been really great at establishing like parameters, but getting the work done. So like for me, I think what y'all are doing is everything you need to keep doing. I mean, and what I would really like is all the policies updated, but I know that's a big undertaking. But I think that's the way I looked at it. I think compared to when I first got on the board to now, I feel like y'all are really turning out the work, and so that's what I don't need any. I need y'all to keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's not a matter of do we need more. I think it's keep going. And it's also, cleaning up the language, doing the things that you guys are doing, and we trust that you're doing the work that's appropriate for everyone. And we also don't need to, I think, go back and forth. So I think you guys tell us, this is good, we're good to go, sign off on it, we're good.
Because I think, the board, if there's a policy, I think we're all going to speak up if we're in disagreement or have opinions. But I don't want to speak for everyone else, but I trust y'all. I know that you three are really looking into it and digging into it, and I know y'all have the best interest of the board when you're in those policy committees. So like for me, like with Christine, I appreciate the work you're doing, keep doing it, but y'all know I'm going to reach out if I disagree.
I'll say I trust the policy committee. I also trust our admin. When I was on the policy committee, the content expert were always in those policy meetings, and I think that's also important. If there was a policy change being recommended and it impacted school nurses, here we had, our school nurse lead there. You tell us, you are the content expert. If there's a security, here we had our head of security. I mean, we had that policy committee is speaking to, council and bringing in the absolute best subject content expert in our district to help make that decision. And so I trust the policy committee and I trust our district I trust our admin to bring us those content experts. So for me, I put developing and proficient, and it's more of we're chugging through that process and keep doing what you're doing.
And trust also that we are putting policy as we're putting through it. If we're not having a big question, concern, and we feel like we're all three it's going into consent. So we trust y'all. If you have a question, pull it off. I'm not taking it personal. I'm not gonna think you're mad, you're upset, you're angry. You have a question, and that is perfectly fine.
Okay, I'd like to actually kind of go down this path on that goal 5 as well, because there's a couple of areas that are developing, and this is about enhancing management oversight for organizational excellence. And so I think the question that is circling around in my head is, when you think about the areas where maybe we're still developing, what are the things that you as a board need from us as administration to help support in that area as we think about board meetings and making sure you're getting the information you need? I just wanted to open up that for dialogue.
There were a couple that I put developing, and where I was at with that developing, like I was almost a profession, and then really it was more of, is the board staying within the board's role? And that was like a check on myself and my fellow board members of are we staying within our roles and responsibilities? Because I think sometimes it's hard, right? You get in an area that you're really passionate about, and you start stepping into the space that sometimes afterwards you're like, okay, yeah, I probably shouldn't have went there. And so that's where I was on developing, of being able to foster that growth and innovative thinking, innovative growth, while also staying in the lane of a board. I think that's the balance of, and I think that's maybe where when I think about training and leadership for us as a board, how can we help foster that growth and help foster that vision for the district and still stay in our lane? Because that gets blurry really, really quick, right? It's like, hey, you're supposed to help set this vision and stuff, but like, hold on, now you've stepped out of that, you need to, so I think that's what I would say.
To echo that a little bit, one thing that I appreciate as a board member is that admin has been very comfortable with letting us, or I'll just use myself as an example of it. There's never been an issue, like if I start getting too into the weeds myself, or if I start getting into an area that is outside of this board lane. Admin has been very comfortable with me, not in like an ugly way, but just saying like, not your department. Thank you for asking. We're happy to give you information, but that's not your lane. I appreciate that because I can do policy and procedure and legal stuff all day long. I'll be all up in your business, but that is not my job. That's to get into where the expert's responsibility is. That's admin's job. So as a trustee, I appreciate that admin is willing to tell us it's great to ask questions, but that's an administrative function, and we'll let you know where we are.
It's an interesting point, because what I've found over time is that board members actually do have to get into the weeds to understand what's happening there. But then the difference is what you do with that, right? So if you start acting on that information or messing around in there trying to push decisions and things, that's when it gets to be like, hold on a second. But it's not that we don't want you in the weeds at all. We do actually want you there so that you understand the decisions that are being made. So there's a balance of both of those things. And I appreciate this board for doing that, because you are prepared to spend the time to find out. And it does take time. I mean, it's hard to understand some of the complexities. And it's important for you to do that. And then what you do with that is really critical.
Yeah, and I really appreciate, because I've spent a number of hours just sitting in meetings with different admin, just because I want to have a better understanding of what's happening. Not necessarily because I want to do anything with it, but just if I'm going to be voting on things, if I'm going to be on policy committee, I can't make those decisions if I don't understand what's going on. And there have been, I'll own it, there have been a couple of times where I asked questions that, kind of went outside of my lane there. But it was never in a malicious kind of way, and admin didn't have any problem directing back to where I needed to be. And that's something that I feel like is important when administration is working with a board, because we have to know how everything works. Just by virtue of sitting in this chair, we do have to know how things work. But we also have to know how to stay in our lane and draw that line that you're talking about. And it's great that our administration is open enough to not only meet with us, but to keep the communication open and to keep the trust there so that we feel comfortable making mistakes and maybe asking questions that are not necessarily ours to ask, if that makes sense.
I mean, I ask all the questions that and that's the thing. Bruce knows this. Like, I am that trustee who I'm gonna get into the weeds. I wanna know the whole story so I can process it, because I'm a process thinker. I need to. And I think that what you said is that trust factor, right? When I first got on the board, I know the reputation I had, and I know some administration were a little put off, but I had to build their trust. And I had to also explain to Bruce, like, I just need that information so I can make the decision. I'm not gonna, and I had to build that trust with him, because he knew, like, if I'm gonna sit down and look at this data, I'm not gonna use it in a way that I'm the professional. No, I need to see it all. And I know for some people, they don't need to see it all, but like the rezoning and the demographer report, I sit there and I look at that whole book. I'm not a demographer expert, but for me, I have to look at everything so I know when I get up there to make that decision and that vote, I feel confident to know that I did the work and that I feel okay and I don't have all these lingering questions. So I think for me, what I love is thank you, administration, and thank you, Bruce, for giving me that, for trusting me, and also giving me that space to allow me to build that trust. And I feel like that's not the case for a lot of school districts and school board members. And so, yeah, I do ask some very hard questions and I do get in the weeds, but I do feel like our administration understands, majority of us, we're just doing it for the best intentions of our students in our district. So thank you.
One other thing for me is recognizing how we all communicate differently, and how when we have our conversations with him every week, and he and I can have a 10-minute conversation that we can get all our stuff out and just be done with it. Like, you good? I'm good. And honestly, it's one of those things where we can hit on the high points and know that we're good. But at the same time, he also knows that if I've got something that's stuck in my craw, he's going to know about it. And it's one of those things where I think we all operate in a different way, and having to deal with all of those personalities. So, bless you for that. But the fact that we can all do it for the good of the kids. I mean, if we just keep that at our heart and keep those core beliefs in our minds, I think we're all headed the right way.
And I appreciate all of the transparency as well. That's one thing that I feel like under the management oversight and the financial oversight, I feel like that is one area that has been improving really drastically. There is very little that is not on our website. I'm pretty sure the only stuff not there is what's legally required to be kept off. It's just all out there for the community, and that also is not common. And it helps improve our relationship with the community to where we can say, it's there. If you want to see it, go see it. If you have questions, call and ask. I've heard almost every admin I've met with say that exact same thing. If you have questions, here's my phone number, call me and ask. And that's not just with us, that's with community members, that's with staff. The doors truly are open everywhere, and that helps oversight because it's not happening somewhere that we have to go behind a door to look.
I don't know if I can articulate this, but to what y'all said, I've heard us talk about the fact, and I agree, I see it in a board, that we ask, that we do homework, that we're looking intently. We want to focus on this, which is really, really important. I think if we stay here, we're going to do great. But it's that how do we not get in the weeds in a way that we're stepping out of our role, stepping off of the balcony into that dance floor, but to still be able to see the weeds and be able to know, oh yeah, I can see this, but I don't get to control this. So where is our area and our lane? And I think, I guess the best way I can articulate it is this Bible verse that says, when you see a speck in somebody's eye, look at the plank in your own eye. And I keep thinking about, sometimes it's easier to see like, ooh, that person just went out of their lane. Ooh, that person just went out of their lane. I'm like, oh, I've probably done my own stepping out of my lane. And so I think for administration, what would be really helpful for me is, for one, keep doing what you're doing. You are doing amazing work. But when we're doing presentations sometimes, because we like to step down in that dance floor, to help continue to pull us up and remind us where board voice made a difference here, or where do you need board input voice at, right? So I'm telling you about all these great programs. That doesn't mean you need to come and give me a list of 20 more programs you want, right? That means I'm telling you about these great programs, and as a board member, if you like this, then you could change a policy, or you could put a vision, or you could, I don't know where those all are, but I think that would be helpful, is if administration keeps reminding board voice, you get all the information, but this is where your lane is.
I mean, that detail is necessary for us to really understand how things work, because having that oversight, you still need to understand the details, but it's just, what are you using that information for? Is it to process it so that you can help make better decisions? Or really getting into the weeds means you're trying to control or take over something that it's not in your lane. So I think it's really helpful to have that detailed information when we need it to better understand how things are going. And there has been no shortage of that. They've really given us a lot of the information that we need.
I'm glad you said that, because I start thinking about this conversation of in the weeds, and I think about when we went to put the bond up to vote. And we got kind of in the weeds on there. I mean, we did. But I feel like the board, we find those opportunities where I feel like we have to get into those weeds and those decisions, because again, at the end of the day, we want to do what's best for our community, right? And I think about the 5% vote. I mean, we had to call a special meeting for that. That's something, I mean, we pushed back. We pushed back on administration. Y'all very much remember that meeting. And so it's hard for me. I know we're not supposed to be in the weeds, but then I look at those situations, and it's hard for me as a board member sometimes to be like, okay, well, we really got into the weeds on bond. We had to go line by line. But then I start remembering, well, maybe we wouldn't have been in this position had we had the proper, dialogue, and we learned from it. Now we have a long-range plan, and we've got guidance and stuff. So I feel like we learned from that situation, and we put parameters in place, so that way when we do possibly go to another bond, the board's not going to have to get in there and go line by line and say, hey, why is this on here? Please explain to me why this is here. Nope, we don't want that. I'm so sorry. And I mean, as a board member, that was an incredibly hard decision to make, because those decisions we made impacted students' experiences, and we had to do what was best. And so I'm just putting that out there, that those two instances and those votes is where we did get into the weeds. And I just want to make sure we don't always get into the weeds, but I realize sometimes it's necessary in those situations, if that makes sense.
It does, and I think one of the other things that I want to kind of piggyback on that is that, that 5% conversation we had. When you think about that 5% conversation we had, now the following year, now we're talking about calendar, and we're saying, well, if we get in this situation again, we don't want teachers to have to sign a contract without knowing what the compensation is. And so we're having that conversation. We learned from that, and now we're doing better. So it's that continuous improvement, Sarah's favorite word. So I think we learn from things that we've done in the past. We don't always just keep doing it the same way over and over. So, so.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Okay, any other comments about just the overall results before we go into the next step? Okay, so what I told you we were going to be doing was using this to help inform what is it we're going to focus on. And when I say we, it's you. Focus on as a board. for this next year as you think about the specific actions, specific behaviors. So you have some data here that indicates areas that are strengths, as you've already pointed out, and areas that are a work in progress. We may be developing or even lower, right? So I am going to give you some hot dots again. And I'm going to ask for your thoughts as to where do you want to focus this year? I'm going to give you that, and then I'll tell you what's going to happen next. I'm actually going to give you 3.
Okay.
No, they know me. These are important questions. So so you do not get 4, but that's how they're already pre-cut because I didn't know how this was going to turn out. But you get 3. 3 dots, they all carry the same weight, but you can put your dots however you want. Okay, so if there's something that stands out to you and you want to put all of your dots on that one particular thing, you can do that. Okay, or you can spread them out. All right. But you only get 3. I'm trusting that you're only going to do 3.
I would say come back to the table and put your one down.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you just to dot over on the actual indicators.
Sarah, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No,
for-
that's-
So let's just talk about the student voice one.
Yeah.
So we all agree that we're doing a great job. We talked about all those things. So if I put my dot on student voice, because I do feel that I want to hear more about students being in extracurriculars, finding their passion. I want to know about our student body, their anxiety, stress. Can I still put my dot there and that still means what I'm thinking it means, or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will say we'll see what comes out in the results as to what is going to be the focus, but that's definitely feedback for us.
Just so you know.
I was about to stick the fork to us, and I was like, no, not on purpose. Oh yes, oh yes.
Okay, so as I look at these results, this one is a 2, this one is a 3. This is a 4. We have a 3, 2, and a 4. So if you go with the top results, it is keeping a strong focus on the needs and aspirations of students in all decision-making processes and initiatives, and provide robust management oversight of major business systems, including regular audits, to ensure financial transparency and accountability. So those two rise to the top. That if, as a board, you focus on these this year, that is going to, again, support superintendent and administration, driving the work in realizing the vision, mission, and graduate profile. Okay, y'all feel good about that? Okay, so then what's going to happen next is that we're going to take that and so Dr. Gearing and Gloria and I will sit down and talk about what does that look like? How do we actually work on that? What does that look like? These are the items that we can start measuring every board meeting, right? Because these are the things that you identified. But then we can also be talking about, so what is that? How do we actually work on that as a team? Are there certain things that we need to bring forward for training opportunities? Are there things that we need to dig into deeper to make sure we truly understand what's the root cause here and how we can work on that as a board? Okay?
Clarifying process question.
Yes.
So am I right, that's number 3 of 5?
Yes, sir.
Which says provide robust management oversight of major business systems, including regular audits to ensure financial transparency and accountability. So it's all about financial oversight and accountability.
No. So the way I read that is our audit and how we, internal audit, and that's what I read it as, because we just went on this whole new journey, and for me, I'm excited to see how our new auditing process works. That's how I read it.
Because to me it says including, so that's not exclusive to the financial audits, which we're already doing. Because the first part says provide robust management oversight of major business systems.
So that's the part you're
That's the
focusing
part that and that's where internal audit comes
I was going to say, for me, it's definitely the major business systems. And I think from hearing from different trustees, there's different systems, but it's also how to provide robust management oversight of major business systems while staying in the lane of board governance. So I think it's a combination of that. Like, how do we provide that robust management oversight while also being aligned with the board's role and responsibilities? Yeah, and so, but I do think it's that major business systems. I don't, at least, I'll speak for myself, it isn't the financial transparency. And I think for the majority of us, just from, we feel really, we're doing that. Like, it's there. It's the other major business systems.
No, that helps a lot, because in the superintendent evaluation piece that you put, financial transparency and oversight last year was a focus, and then it dropped off this year entirely. And so then when it showed up here again, I just wanted to clarify. So that makes sense that it's other, it's not just that.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about next steps. There it is. Okay, so like I said, Gloria and Bruce and I will sit down and talk about, okay, so as we think about those particular items, mapping out a plan of how we're going to work on those actively, right? So that when we get to this time next year and we evaluate, we should see growth.
Sorry.
No.
Do you mind if we do the same thing for goal 2, number 4, which is just to have a quick conversation about the clarity of what exactly, so that we have a kind of a consensus understanding of what that means to you all.
Yeah, I put 2 dots on there. And so I think that's my thing is I want to make sure that just because that was something that meant a lot to me, that I want board voice. And so if it's not board voice, then take my 2 dots. I feel like, I don't know. Anyhow, it goes back to the things we talked about when we're talking about our learning gaps and our extracurricular gaps for our students, when we're talking about the overall wellness, anxiety, stress of our students, when we're talking about how our kiddos are getting engaged to their passion and being connected, allowed to get access to their extracurriculars, are they getting access to their, and can they get that certification? It's how are all of our students in the body as a whole, how are they kind of, all these decision makings that we're doing, how do we keep that front and center? How do we keep this front and center with all the different student groups in our system?
So I looked at it with that respect. At the same time, I put a dot on 4.2, which is their learning journey, including their voice. And so I kind of see both of those as very similar.
I think that's where those student portfolios come into play. I think that being able to see the growth and the process of how they're connecting to their teachers, their other students, their the staff on campus, what are their passions. I think that the schools that are doing those portfolios, the digital portfolios, there's a connectedness there. And I think that while we don't want to tell a campus what they have to do, I think that that is a really good tool. And I think, I know Anna's had experience with it. Yeah, I did. Go ahead.
I think when I start thinking about that, I start thinking about students being involved in their art process. Or the transition meetings, because the visit, that was not the case, I want to say 4 years ago. Students were never really encouraged. It was always the parents asking the students to come. And so I look at that and I think about my first art meeting in this district and how my son, who was going in the 6th grade, was not invited. And then I start thinking about hearing from parents now because of the conversations with the COPIA report and really reaching out to those students and parents. Those students are being involved in their art process as early as 3rd grade. So they're learning, they are owning their goals. They're understanding what this IEP means and how it's going to get them to where they need to, grow as a student. And I think when I start thinking about that, that is one area I feel like this district, we're doing good, but we can improve. We know that there's still parents whose students are not invited. They're not getting their visits. They're not, that our transition piece. And so when I think about that, we're improving, but we need to get a little better.
Well, and thinking about a general education student who doesn't have that IEP piece, right, or that art piece, like how are we involving them? And I think about those portfolios, but I also think about, parent-teacher conferences. Are we including students in those? I mean, what a great opportunity for them to own their learning. And I feel like we're on that path now with special education, and we're on that path now with 18 plus, and we're on that path with lots of other things, but your typical gen ed kid, how are we making sure that their voice is being heard too, who might not be in a special program, who might not be involved in AP or athletics or any of those other things. They just go to school and they like it there, and how are we making sure their needs are met? Yes, we have Quest students, we have all these other things, but thinking about maybe involving them in their education when it comes to parent-teacher conferences, and they're looking at their data now, they're looking at their scores, right? And so we're doing those. I think we just need to keep going.
Okay, so I have a question, because what I'm hearing are specific actions that you feel like that would be evidence of that's happening in our district, right? So participation in arts, portfolios, things like that. So, my question is, then what is the board behavior and action that helps to drive and support that? Because remember, these are about your actions, your behaviors that are going to drive and support the superintendent that are going, right? So, just pulling us back up a little bit into...
I love it.
For the record, you did say you want me to do that.
So I think one of them is when I'm thinking about our counselors right now. right? We have a ratio of counselors that is way too high. And so I love the fact that we have counselors to focus on a kiddo's academics and where they're going to go to college. We need that. We also need those counselors who are going to be able to help our kids who are saying, hey, I'm struggling today. I did really bad on my test, and for some reason I'm like, and I feel like that how do we as a board talk about our counseling system, and how do we help provide support and budget and say, you know, how are we looking in on that program? How is that program doing? I think those are the ways to pull us out, to focus up here, because you're right, we can't say, oh great, go do this program, but we can ask, how are these programs doing, and are they meeting the student needs in the general education population? So we have this conversation about our sped students in art, great. What about now for our general ed population? How are we reaching those kids?
Well, I think the main thing is continuing to advocate for our staff. I think that's, as a board role, are the salary scale is right? That comes back to that audit piece. Are we meeting the needs of our staff? Because our kids can't succeed unless our staff feels supported. So I think that's our role as a board, is to make sure our staff, number one, wants to stay, because we know educators across the country are peacing out. How do we make it so they want to stay and attract more? So I think that's our role as what makes us a great district to come to, what makes us a great district to stay with, how do we make sure they feel supported in the classroom, and that bubbles up to their admin feeling supported, and them feeling supported on campuses, and them feeling supported in their paycheck. It all is tied in together.
I think for me, when I think about this, I go back to the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee. They present to us in May, and you know they've been working on problems that relate to them. And it's like, okay, you're presenting, then what happens next? I want to see what their recommendations, what comes through it. Because I know last year they came to us about flex time and the importance of it. And I'm hearing some campuses got rid of flex. And so it's like, we put together this student body voice, representative of all high schools and different backgrounds. And these are the kids who are experiencing life, and yet they make a recommendation, and then where does that recommendation go? Like, I need to see more follow through, because these kids they're going to change the world. And so for me, that's what I want to see. And then the other thing, the student portfolios. I feel very fortunate that I'm at a campus where my child has a portfolio since 3rd grade, and she's in 6th grade. She's a gen ed student. I get to see that progress, and she owns her work. But how do you make sure you streamline that through a system as big as ours? Because I know not every campus is doing their own version, right? But how do we ensure that version is continuously following through the student, through the system? And like I said, I feel very fortunate. I've seen the positive where my child has been here and now we're here, and that portfolio that's ingrained in her. She knows she can go here and she can go look at her growth from 3rd grade. Oh, look what I did over here. Oh, look at she's even got an audit portfolio. So I think for me is, how can you still give campuses their own autonomy, right, to do what they need, what's best for each kid, but also ensure that each kid has that learning portfolio that I've seen as a parent, and the impact that it's had on my child and her learning opportunities and growth. But how do you make sure it gets streamlined through? I don't have the answers. That's one of the things I always think about.
To answer your question, my piece as a board member is I really would like to be able to help with outreach and making sure that the community is aware of programs that we have and services that we have, and that when somebody comes to me with a question, I know where to direct them. Like Christine mentioned, the visit meetings, I didn't have any idea those existed, and we ended up doing one of those, and it was, Denise Geiger, you are a miracle worker. But it's those kind of things that we have so many things. We have so many things that we can do for all of this, the student-centered focus, and to make sure we're meeting their needs. But most people just don't know what it is. So if there's something, and I know SCR's been doing incredible work on getting more stuff out and making sure there's more awareness to everything. But if we could include like our programs and the different services that we offer, that would make it easier for us as board members to reach out to the community and make sure that they're aware of what all is happening here.
And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, to go back to our curriculum audit, which is a deficit curriculum audit, but when that audit came forward, one of the findings in there was that we were great at starting programs.
Yes.
But are we great at making sure those programs identified the students' needs? Were they meeting what they were? And then we were supposed to start a process as a board of identifying programs, making sure they were meeting the needs that they were supposed to. And if they weren't, this comes really hard, y'all. Then you were supposed to get rid of those programs. And I get that. I get that is a hard thing when you're talking about, because we want to do something for everyone. And I think that's why, as a board, this hasn't come back. I think administration's probably working on a lot of things and doing their own self-cleaning. But I think that is something you have to ask yourself is, how do we focus to make sure we are meeting? Because it killed me, y'all. My son loved Latin. We couldn't offer Latin. Oh my goodness, right? You know what though? His academic career isn't over. He went to, he's taking Chinese. He found a very good friend in Chinese, and you know, but I think those are the questions as a board. We need to be saying, how are we steering the ship for our district? Are we telling them go do all these programs, let's just do, or how are we addressing these needs?
So kind of related to Francesca's point and a point that you brought up earlier, I've been hearing a lot about the kids who don't want to be here. They don't want to be in school. It's not fun, it's not interesting, and that's where connecting them, letting them know where that outreach is, letting families know what the opportunities are that are available that they can take advantage of, and that can get them more excited and connect them with their passions. And so not just looking at, a big part would be looking at the numbers and who's participating in what, but also like setting really achievable goals, but good goals, stretch goals that can really include more students in there, and beefing up the programs that we have so that it's available to them.
I think just to piggyback off what Trish said, the programs and what works, especially in the conversations we're having about schools of choice and the way we're going to that whole conversation of long-range planning, I think it's important for us to really reevaluate what's worked and what doesn't work, and find, those programs that are going to be sustainable and be fully supported throughout the district.
Again, our level focus is the system, right? And so that's what we focus on, not how you are going to tweak and make sure it meets each and every need for the students, but ours is going to be up here of how's the system running and what do we need to do to make it run better.
Okay, so there will be more. Oh, sorry. You want to say something? Go ahead.
I was just thinking of something, because on one hand, you also don't want to forget the kids that are already taking advantage of all these opportunities and making sure that they continue to take advantage of them and they don't drop off.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Bruce, does that answer your question? Okay. All right, so more to come with this, but you have set 2 areas that you want to hone in on this year that we're going to dig into. And I'm just going to end with, we keep talking about this slide, but we also have now added board evaluation on here too. Because there is that alignment all the way through, right? So we know that board action, board behaviors drive the work. And so we didn't want to miss out on making that connection here as we think about system alignment. Okay? So we made an adjustment to the slide. All right, okay, so I think that wraps up my portion, and it is lunchtime, so we will break for lunch and then be back around noon, I believe. Okay.
Hello, it's 12:04. It is. I was like, I can't believe. It's 12. It's 12:04 p.m. and we are back from break, and we are excited to hear from you all.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gary, good afternoon. I'm pleased to say for the first time in front of this board that I am not a force of one anymore. Sitting next to me is Melody Maples, our new Executive Director for DEI. It is very good to see you sitting here today. So today what we'd like to do is to share an update, but also to bring you up to speed on some of the things we've been doing in the district around DEI and around educational access. So the presentation that we're going to walk through today is one that we've been sharing internally and externally. DWIC has seen it. Many of our internal stakeholders have seen it. And so we updated the data set to include 3-year averages so you can see where we started and where we're going. And then I'm also excited to talk about Emily Gray, or as I call her, MG, has been working on some data dashboards, which are going to give us even more insight into some of our data and more intimate discussions to come. So really excited about that. So without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and get started. Christian, thank you so much. So one of the things that we always talk about every time I present internally is establishing the adult learning space. And we've had some really good conversations because we established a framework at the beginning. One of the things we ask people to do is to suspend judgment when we have these conversations, remove any ideology that people may bring to the space, and then vulnerability is valued but not mandatory. We want people to enter the space vulnerable only if they want to. And what does that really mean for us? We're asking people to lower their shields so that what we learn together will penetrate and leave the space more informed. That's what we're seeking. And you can see here, a side note to that is, there's no manipulation, and we want people to remove their raincoat. When it comes to these issues, everyone has a raincoat. I've been doing this work in earnest since 1998. Everyone has a raincoat. My practice is about calling people into the conversation in the hope that they will remove that raincoat, be more informed, and so we can make better decisions for our students. And then the last one is probably the one that I think is the most important. We are all imperfect practitioners seeking to be more reflective and impactful. I think that's really important for people to understand. No one has to be perfect when it comes to having these conversations and when it comes to doing this work. All we have to do is be intentional and sincere, and I believe we'll do what's best for our students. One of the things that I incorporated as part of our practice were tabletops. And this is one that we did when Mel was still a principal, and we like to walk through it with you as well. I want to give you a moment to read it as I read it out loud. And then what I'd like to do is to have you in groups of 3 take 10 minutes just to unpack it, really focusing on the third bullet. What are your thoughts on this? And then what are some of the things that we can do? So I'm going to read the scenario out loud, give you a moment to reflect, and then we'll have 10 minutes for you to deliberate at your tables. Diverse talent. LISD has placed an emphasis on attracting and retaining a diverse workforce. The goal is to have a workforce that reflects the increasing diversity of the community. The underlying assumptions behind this focus include the belief that a more diverse workforce will reduce bias along with enhancing student outcomes for certain student groups. What are your thoughts on this? What are some of the challenges that we might face, and how should we mitigate for those challenges, and who would need to be engaged across LISD? Now, some background information might be germane before we deliberate. In 2022, across the United States, there were approximately 3.2 million teachers. Of that 3.2 million, 10% were African American and 1.8% were Black men. Now, Dr. Gary is the math expert. I am not, but I think that comes down to roughly 55,000 Black male teachers across the entire country. So I wanted to provide some context as we deliberate. So please, let's start the clock at 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and have a larger conversation.
There's a grace. Anybody do this? Just raise your hand.
Okay, we have about a minute left. Okay, if we could be kind enough to start wrapping up our conversations so that we can come back for a large group discussion, please. Thank you all so much. I heard some really good conversations, so I'm hoping we can replicate that as part of a large group discussion. So who would like to just chime in and share with the group some of the things that you discussed and what you were thinking about the scenario? I heard some really good conversations about dialectical thinking and consequences and impact, really good conversations. So,
some of the things that we were talking about is, I mean, we know all the data's there, how important it is. When we look at our student performance, we know how important it is for Black and brown students to have the teacher that looks like you. We know how important that is to their success. But the challenge is, how do you create a workforce that looks like that? Especially, how do you create the momentum for it? Because I think when a teacher comes to apply and they're like, oh, there's not many people that look like me here, I don't think I would be here. I know of, a few years ago, part of our superintendent's evaluation, we talked about human resources and creating a diverse workforce. I think, one of the questions that came up to us is, has there been an increase? Like, and we were talking about, hey, where's that data? Have we seen, because we know that we asked for that, and we know, I see that we're at HBUs doing teacher recruitment and stuff, but has it been successful? What's the percentage of Black and brown teachers? Has that increased over the last few years? And it made me think, we asked for these things, and I know that they're doing those things that we asked, but is it causing, are we seeing the result that we wanted? And I don't think that before that, I haven't asked that question, if the things that we're doing are successful or not.
Right. Are we seeing the positive consequences from all those efforts? Yes, definitely. I know the numbers that I cited from 2022, one of my gravest concerns, Doctor, is that the numbers from 2023 are going to be lower, because we've seen a number of teachers leave the field, not just here in Leander, but I mean across the country. It was referenced earlier. So I'm interested to see what the numbers are. You mentioned HBCU. I graduated from an HBCU. In 1991, I graduated from Alabama State. I remember vividly, because it was a teacher's college up until 1972, and I'm very proud of the education I got there. I remember vividly sitting in a row of all these people who were graduating to be teachers, and in this row of about 100 people, there were only 2 of us who were men, and that was in 1991. I still remember that. And so I say that to say that this has been a problem, and I want to just add on to something that you said about when people come and they don't see people look like them, there's sometimes a reticence to say, I want to work there. I said this I was privileged, Melody and I were privileged to speak to the access students that I'm going to talk about. It was just a remarkable thing. And what I said to them is that you may be the only one in the space currently, but once you know your history, you understand that people like you have already been there. And so your job now is to be part of that continuation so that you won't be the last one to stand in that space. So I challenge people to look at it that way as well, because I know it's no secret I'm the only black chief in the district. I have no problem carrying that. My job is to make sure I'm not the last. And so I want people to start thinking about that too. Who else would like to?
I just wanted to add one thing that we discussed, which was also identifying and removing any roadblocks.
Yes.
One of the examples that from 2020, I was listening to one of the citizen comments, and I remember there was a teacher who said she was an existing teacher somewhere else. She had a PhD, was a black woman, and she said it took at least 3 tries to get her first interview, just even to be interviewed. And it wasn't just her that had that experience, that there were others like her who hadn't gotten their first interview. And she thought that that was odd. So trying to find out if there are roadblocks that are preventing those interviews from happening.
I completely agree. And one of the things that we saw when I worked in workforce before coming back to K-12 is a lot of organizations do a wonderful job of attracting diverse talent, but it's the retention piece. That's where we fall down. And it goes back to what you said, Doctor, that a lot of people will come, and if they don't feel a sense of belonging, they don't feel that they have a place here, they don't see a pathway, then those people leave after maybe a year or two. So we have to, as every organization, we can always do a better job in making sure that those barriers to entry are also lowered for everyone. And I just want to say I have an excellent working relationship with, because one of my closest peers is Carrie Lynn, and we talk about these things all the time. And so I know that there is momentum, and I'm looking forward to working with her along with Mel more closely on that.
Yeah, I think we talked about very similar things, especially the appearance of diversity and what it looks like, but also then Francesca brought up the fact of diversity of thought and how important that is in making sure that we bring different perspectives to the table and how important that is over time. We talked about the fact that the board now is more diverse than it's ever been, and that has come over time, and I think that's a good thing for the district too. We talked some about the 2 assumptions that exist in that middle bullet. The first assumption being that a more diverse workforce will reduce bias. And I'm not sure that everybody sees it that way, and we have to be conscious of the fact that not everybody sees it that way, and what are the implications for our system as we think about that. And then also the last statement there, that enhancing student outcomes for certain student groups, because there's a lot of people who have a lot of problem with certain student groups. And I think honestly it even undermines some of our core beliefs, which talk about each and every and this idea of bringing people in to the conversation to make sure that we're achieving potential for each and every. And so I think words matter, and we have to be really careful how we talk about it.
I think we can rally around that each and every, but also recognize that there are underserved portions of our population. And I think it does a disservice if we don't recognize that there is a gap, right? We have to recognize that there is a gap, and we have to do something about that gap.
I think the word outcomes, we talked about that when we talked about our AEA policy, and the word outcome almost makes it seem like, I don't know, it just does not get at what I think we have talked about and we see our district working on. It's more about recognizing that each student has like a backpack of knowledge that they're bringing with them every day to the classroom, and a backpack of abilities to learn, to be there in the classroom. And if this kiddo didn't get a breakfast, well then that kiddo has a disadvantage from this kiddo. This kiddo has a different background. If this kiddo's gone through 5 different elementary schools, their opportunity that they're coming with is going to be different from this one. And so how do we make sure that whatever backpack that kiddo's coming with and their opportunities, that we're getting them all caught up, each and every student, so they can learn.
I want to echo some of the things that Dr. Gehring said too. I get this question a lot, and I'm sure you've all heard it, what are we doing to attract a more diverse workforce? And sometimes, not all the times, it's framed as an accusation, that we're not doing things that we can be doing. And so I wanted us to unpack it to illustrate some of the nuance and complexity behind the statement. But I think it's also important to be aware that we don't want to give the impression that students of color can only succeed if they have a teacher of color. And that's why I always push back on that, because most of the teachers I had obviously were not, based on the numbers I shared earlier, were not teachers of color. I do remember the first black teacher I had. I do remember her. It was my first grade teacher, Mrs. Foster. I still remember seeing a black woman in that class, and it just blew my mind. I remember Dr. Moffitt when I was a sophomore in high school and the impact and the mentoring that he did. But I also remember one of the teachers who had the greatest impact on me, because she was the first teacher who didn't look like me, who saw me as Dwayne. And that was my second grade teacher, Mrs. Beefield, who just happened to be a white woman. And I remember her, and I remember how connected I was to her, and I would have done anything in her class. And when she left us early because she was expecting, I still remember as second graders, when she brought her husband in her last day, we booed him. We did. Because he was taking her away from us. And so, oh yeah, we booed him. And so it just shows you the impact. And what we're trying to do in our office is to make sure that every student has a Mrs. Beefield, no matter who that teacher is. And that's why the focus on cultural competency and identifying bias in our practice is so important. Because we want every student to experience that. Because we know that when students have a greater sense of belonging, there's greater student engagement, and then the corollary is there's enhanced student outcomes. So that's the trajectory that we're working towards. Would anyone else like to comment on that before we, because I really enjoyed the conversation.
In talking about the barriers piece of it, the access group was one that I specifically mentioned, because that started out on just one or two campuses. And expanding programs like that would be huge for us to encourage and make sure, like you just said, make sure it's on every campus, because expanding those programs removes barriers as we're making it bigger.
It does. It removes barriers and access. And one of the things I talked to that group about, we watched a video about a group of black teachers and students, and we unpacked some of the questions after the video. But in the video, they talked about a summer apprenticeship program for sophomores and juniors who want to go into teaching. It's a paid summer apprenticeship program. And I was very encouraged that Leaf was in the room when we were having that conversation, because it could be, I know we work on growing our own, this could be one more example of how we could do that. It was specifically tailored for children of color, but it was a really good program that I think could be scaled up. So, yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, sorry. When I read it, I had one thought, but then after listening to everybody, I started thinking in terms of board, what our role is. And if we want to see numbers increase, opportunities, then that work starts when they're in school. And that's where I feel like the board, we break down those barriers and provide those educational opportunities that normally, say 10, 15 years ago, some of our students would have been denied those opportunities. And when you get denied, that changes the projection of a student's education future. And so I think when I looked at it, I started thinking, what is the board doing right now to remove those barriers and provide access so each and every student can have the educational opportunities that we as a district provide to all students? And so I started thinking it like that and started unpacking that, because if we had denied students from this beginning, then it keeps going. So.
Oh, there's a downrange consequence to that denial. Yes, definitely. Okay, would anyone else like to chime in before we move on? Okay. Thank you all so much. So, I think you all know by now, my first love is aviation.
Yes.
But I'll tell you how I got into aviation. I wanted to be an astronaut when I was a kid. And I was terrified that I would be more than 5 foot 11 inches tall, because then I couldn't fit into the Apollo command module. Fortunately for me, I stopped growing when I was in 8th grade, so I didn't have to worry. But this image, when I first got here, one of the first things I said to the board was that the rollout for the office would be conducted in 3 phases, similar to the way we went to the moon. There was Project Mercury, which was the one-person capsule. Then last year we were in Project Gemini. This year we are firmly in Project Apollo, which is where we're field testing all of those things we learned from last year so that we can achieve our goal of educational access for each and every student. So that's what we're working on this year. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things we're doing throughout the presentation. So some highlights from, and this includes some of the work we did last year, continue to serve as an internal consultant for educational access and cultural competency issues for campuses and departments. This is probably the greatest part of my work. I love when principals call me. I love when departments call me. Mel has also been heavily engaged this week. This is her first week, and this is our 8th presentation. So she has been heavily engaged. And so when they call, the goal is to address the concern, but also to build systemic capacity to respond. And that's where the double loop learning comes in. We want to talk about why you called and why it happened, but we also want to start talking about how we can prevent it. And so next time, when you call, you'll have more of the solution, and then we're really just consultants at that point, as opposed to driving the action, because it should always be driven at the campus level. I've done a lot of department micro workshops. I love being the keynote speaker. My favorite, and I loved all of them. I've been in front of Waltman's group 3 times, and my absolute favorite was the early childhood group. I mean, there was just so much energy in that room. Last summer, the presentation that we're seeing here, we delivered this presentation to all the coaches, all the coordinators, all the fine arts, all of SPROG, because we want people to start looking at the educational access data and how we can drive action. And then Tuesday, when we did this for all of the APs, we looked at the 3-year data that you're going to take a look at, preceded by an article around equity. The conversation was absolutely scintillating. And then Mel led them through a discussion about the data using a protocol and a tool about how you can look at the data and drive action. It was a really good conversation, and I think Mel even has a couple highlights from some of the assistant principals.
I was afraid it's going to make that sound. Yes, so one of the 3 basic questions of the protocol was hopefully to get around focused looking at data. So that way, the emphasis is, if we're not asking the right questions, then we really don't know where the right action steps are. There's nothing wrong with asking maybe the questions that lead us a different direction, but I told them we want to preserve our energy and focus in on those highest yield. And so one of the things that we asked them is, what do we see in terms of questions that we still need answered based upon, and you'll see similar data, the data you're looking at, that would help you to know whether or not your current goals and your focus areas are in line with your campus, or would help you start to action plan. We know that our campus leaders do a whole lot, and all of the campus leaders, no matter what that title is, but the APs often oversee several different departments, and they know these kids, and they work with some of these student groups, probably the closest. And so when we're looking at answering that question is, what questions are there? There were some really great questions that you could tell they really wanted to know it. And one of the other things is we asked them to identify what is the good news that you're seeing in that data. For those of you that have worked with me and have talked with me, you know that I'm kind of a strengths-based person, and if we lean into that strength and find that area of strength, that could tell us something about what the right questions are for then those other areas that we're looking at. And so one of the things that they said in terms of the things to make note of, that there's seemingly to be a lot of active involvement with our students in a lot of different areas. And so where those strengths lie can be varied, and sometimes they're even stagnant across. And so knowing that, then that leads to that next question, hopefully. One of the questions that they talked about was kind of mulling around, speculating the impact of pandemic. Does this data reveal something about where we are in the stage of post-COVID and those averages? And of course, another is we want more data, which is super exciting because data can be kind of numbing to some, but it also can be very liberating because it means that you can confidently go forward to say, okay, this is what I know, but how can I do that in an efficient way and still make sure I'm serving that larger purpose? And getting just beyond the data points into the whole child as well. And so we've been asked to come back, and thankfully we've been given more time because they want more time with it. So I'm really, really excited about their response and their eagerness to dive in, just to know a little bit more about, are we on the right track? And if not, it's still in that right time of the year to start then moving that energy in the right place.
Thank you, Mel. And so the last thing on this slide is I redesigned a 3-hour workshop that I delivered to Cabinet shortly after I got here called The Power of Perception. Built it new from the ground up. And one of the recommendations we got from the DEI advisory group was that last summer they wanted more staff to go through the workshop. And so we had staff members, 2 representatives from each campus, each department, go through this 3-hour workshop. I also delivered it at CIC this year. It's a thought-provoking workshop that allows people to construct meaning and also to identify bias, but also to drive action and close any gaps they see in their 360. So in the future, I would welcome the opportunity to invite some of you to that as well. So now let's talk about the 3-year data. And before we get into that, one of my other passions is F1. Although Max Verstappen winning the championship 3 years in a row still hurts, but because I'm a Mercedes guy. But I do want to show you how F1 uses data, because ultimately, based on these data dashboards that Emily is working on, down the road, this is how we want to use data to drive action. And the person speaking is one of the individuals I admire. Her name is Bernie Collins. She was the chief strategist for Aston Martin and does some phenomenal work.
Hi, so I'm Bernie Collins. I'm in head of race strategy at Aston Martin Thompson Formula One team. On the pit wall, you're making the sort of final decisions and sort of last minute interaction, like what's going on around you. All of the strategy, every decision we make is based on some sort of data. So that might be lap time for ourselves, it might be lap time for our competitors, it might be safety car timing, but everything is based on some sort of data. And generally that's coming in, lap time coming in every lap, but maybe you're getting sector times coming in 3 times a lap, or the mini sectors coming in 10 times a lap. And all of that sort of information helps us build a picture of how the tyres are reacting or when's the best point to stop. And all of that comes together and helps us make that final decision for whether it's that might happen. I think every result that we've had has relied upon data and our reaction to that data. Positive and negative, you've made a decision because of the data that you had at the time. And a lot of what we do is go back and see what decision, how we would have made a different decision with the data we had at the time. Obviously, post-event, you've got all the full picture, it's very clear what you should have done. But at the time, it's about with the data you have, making the best possible use of it. So every decision that we make, every podium has been based on the data that you've had at that moment.
So the way we see the data is we're pairing it with the entire child so we can better serve the needs of each and every. But we want data to drive our action. It's extremely important, and we want it to be as close to real time as we can get it, and that's why I'm really excited about the data dashboards that are coming. So this is our first data set, and this is LISD percent earning high school credit in middle school, and this is only for grade 8. And if you look at this represents the entire district average, and below you see our student groups, and I'll give you a moment just to take a look at that, and this is over 3 years.
The flat line, Mimi, is the black students, are our black students the one that's staying the same? Okay.
Yeah, it's only 3 years. That's a huge jump.
Yeah.
then this one next to the black group, I'm sorry, my eyes are Asian group, and they were flat, 20, 21, 22, and then they had a smaller.
Yes.
Even the emergent bilingual, it's huge.
So you can see there's been some significant growth. And so one of the things that we would like to know is what can we learn from this group, or this data set, I should say, that we can scale up? Because when you look at the next data set, there's some things that we're having some conversations with the campuses about. All right. So moving on to our second data set. This is LISD percent in one or more AP, IB, or on-ramp courses, grades 9 through 12.
Not dual credit.
Not dual credit. Dual credit is not in this set, but as part of our new dashboard, it will be. Yes, that was Mel and Emily, so we will see that as well.
Look at that dip from 21 and 22. I don't know if that's because COVID, right?
Yeah, and those are things that we're still unpacking.
It's just like that 2021, right?
Yeah.
We're doing,
Yes, and then the pandemic hit, and so there are some things that we're still looking at, because at this point we want to find out how we can take the success in grade 8 and translate that into high school. Yep.
I think like if, go ahead.
Question, what about, I'm curious, and this is going to jump back probably to Emily Gray, is what it looked like 1920 before.
Yes, before.
Because I'm curious, if 1920 looks like 22, 23, then you can really see the COVID dip, right? It would be obvious. So I'm wondering, because I feel like 2021 and 22, 23 are very similar. There's still a little bit of a drop, but that's that recovery from COVID. Okay, I'll be quiet.
So some of this, if you'll remember, the board made this a priority to gather this data very intentionally and very specific. And so some of that may not, I did ask a little bit about, do we have a 3-year prior average? So we kind of know the baseline that we're moving from the COVID era, or a few years of whatever around that looks like, but ultimately, where are we in terms of that baseline, if you want to call it that, and is there progress there? There are a few factors also beyond COVID that we speculate could have some impact here. We had a lot of students who in 2021, certainly at the high school level, percentage of them that were virtual. And so, in that experience, a lot of those prerequisite courses that help to build that confidence for that next AP course may have impacted them when that next year came. And then you kind of see that back. I can say that it's our belief, I think we come back in January, it's our belief that when we show you the current, like what we have for 23, 24 already, because that's the beauty of a static or a moving dashboard, we believe that number will go up. And so, Trish, to answer your question, it's within these student groups, when you add the dual credit, you got a 2 to 4% increase within them, depending on that student group, when you add in that dual credit. We haven't parceled that just dual credit and some of these, but these are the kind of questions I'm happy to report that the APs are also wanting answers to. And the dashboard allows us to change those variables to get very, very, very specific, even down to the campus level. So they'll kind of know that information.
The AP for me answers a question about our kiddos taking rigorous coursework. And I love that question. And there's a lot to be said. I mean, we just got that AP award. It was so interesting was to hear them talk. And I went and talked to him afterwards. I said, listen, what makes you unique in this situation? It's not just that you increased scores. You had more people take and you increased scores. That was huge. And so for me, this AP number is very important. It needs a place. Dual credit is a different number for me. It tells me something different.
Right.
Because for kiddos taking dual credit, they took the TSI or some type of equivalent to be able to get into that college course. And so that's another factor
to say that they're college ready. So for me, that dual credit answers a different question.
Right.
And something like getting your PSAT or SAT, well, when the kiddos take our PSAT, if they get a certain score, then they don't need their TSI. And so it's I'm kind of putting all those numbers together to get a bigger picture.
Thank you. So I'd like to move on to a group that when we have DEI conversations, we typically don't feature a lot, but I love this video clip because it illustrates the power of belonging for our young people. So.
The last thing before we go tonight, the power of understanding. Saturday is American Sign Language Day. Now just imagine for a moment being one of the nearly 12 million Americans who are deaf or hard of hearing and too often left out of the conversation. But that is starting to change. Rahina Ellis shows us more.
This classroom in Connecticut is silent. These students are all deaf or hard of hearing, communicating using American Sign Language or ASL. While more and more deaf actors are appearing in films, enhancing understanding of deaf culture, few people know how to sign. That makes life outside of the special Harvard school a challenge.
Many hearing people have the misconception that deaf people can't. We can do anything. The only thing that we don't have is hearing.
120 miles south in this New York City school, students are bridging the language gap. It's the city's only sign language school, where hearing or hard of hearing students outnumber the deaf. Most classes are bilingual in English and ASL, but some classes, no spoken word at all, immersing students in deaf culture.
I feel happy that I'm here.
Before now, 14-year-old Sabrina Morales, who's hard of hearing, was at a mainstream school and says she felt isolated from hearing students.
I can just show who I really am.
Because you see yourself here.
Yes. I'm here because I want to have a better communication with my brother.
Shirley Pietro's brother, Omar, is fully deaf. She's learning to sign because, like most little sisters, she wants to be heard. Do you think it's made you and your brother even closer than you would have been otherwise?
Yeah, it made us a lot closer. Every time I sign him, I see a smile on his face.
After high school, Shirley's planning on becoming an ASL interpreter.
For example, I'm going to the store.
So how would you sign that?
I go to the store.
And she's already getting started.
I just feel like there should be a lot more interpreters out there for people like my brother.
A sign of what's to come. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, New York.
So I love the sense of...
to the great Rahima Ellis.
I love the sense of belonging that you saw from the young person there. And that's what we're trying to replicate for every student in our district, that sense of belonging. I know throughout my academic career, the classes that I felt that I belonged and I felt connected to, and the teacher was the one who made me feel that way, I excelled in. The classes that I did not experience that, those are my most challenging courses. So we know there are structural barriers to success, but there are also those perceptual barriers that we also have to consider. So this, I'm sorry.
Wait, can we
I
go
jumped
to the
ahead.
other one?
Yeah, this is the one I wanted to feature. This is the percent served in special education, and this is another 3-year average. So you can see that our district average is at 14%, but if you look at some of our student groups, we are above that average. Economically disadvantaged, Black, and Hispanic.
Our Black and Hispanic group jumped by 2% as compared to everybody else. Is that something we would expect to see in our numbers, or do we know what's going on?
You know, we've had conversations around that. We haven't isolated it out. I think some of it is that we're identifying more students, we're serving more students. I think that has a lot to do with it. But those are conversations that we will continue to have with Ms. Waltman and her group now that we have someone who can help drive action on that as well. But I think it's a number of issues, but I think we're identifying more students who need services.
I think we also need to take into account the special education cap, because in 2017, our number was not 14%, it was like 7.2.
Okay.
So I think for me, what I would like to see is those percentages from 2017 onward, because before then, our numbers were incredibly low. And so, and you're right, I think there's been an emphasis because of that cap being removed, but also, what did she call it? it's how do we serve all students for what they need and, you know, still have that compliance, but also doing what's best for each student. And I feel like we have to take into account that special education, our department here is really revamped and put an emphasis on child find and getting out and identifying students who need the help. So I think for me, just because I'm going to always bring up the cap, I'd like to see what those percentages are, because I feel like we've put systems in place to help bring it up. I mean, we've doubled it since, so that I would like to see that.
Yes, ma'am.
Quick question on the number of Asian students. I'm curious about that number being, number one, flat. Number two, how much of that is an impact of families saying no? And I wonder if that's a cultural piece, and how do we break that stigma of kiddo needs help, but culturally that's something that they're not comfortable with?
Yes, I think there is a cultural driver there that predominates a lot of the other conversations. I served as an internal consultant for Campus last spring around this very issue, and it was that cultural dynamic. I think we have to do a better job in terms of cultural competency and in terms of outreach and in terms of removing any negative impression people may have, and that's something that we're committed to.
I had another comment as far as our emergent bilingual. We know that finding a school psychologist in the state of Texas that's bilingual is like a rare unicorn. So I just wonder, like, what barriers do our families who don't, English is not their first language, and this is across the board, how many students are we missing because of that barrier right there, and what can we do to prevent it? Because we already know there's a you know, crisis with employing school psychologists because they just don't, they're, you know, we need more. And so I think for me to take it above step, I know we see some numbers in certain demographics gone up, but we also know our population is changing. And we know those barriers exist with different languages. And so for me, is like taking it that step further, who are we missing now? And is it because of that process, and what can we do to fix that process to ensure that these students, you know, are getting what they need, whether that's an outside evaluation or just, that's what I'm looking at.
No, definitely. I think those are all great things for us to pursue.
I would love to be able to have a better vocabulary to articulate students in special education without being stigmatizing and labeling. Because special education incorporates a large and diverse student population.
It's an umbrella term.
And, you know, there are some students who are in special education who life skills is a huge goal for them. There are other skills and additional life skills, like there's some kids, they expect that they will not be homebound. They expect those kids to go into the workforce. It's different needs for different populations. And I feel like, you know, if we had a better way to discuss this and a better way to figure out the need to meet these students where they are, then I think we would be further along. And I get it, this is not a 6-month conversation, might not even be a 1-year conversation, but that we can talk to lawmakers about the real needs in serving our students, because special education is it's not just one group. These are students with diverse needs and learning areas.
I think just to piggyback what you said, Trish, even in the disability community, right? There's a lot of conversation of, is it special education? Is it students with special needs? Is it a disability? So like, it depends on where you're at in the journey on how you define it. Because I know it took my child a second to be like, hey, I'm in SPED, right? But not every kid's there. And so I think it's one of those things like, I don't even know what the right word is and how to present it. But you're right, it is. It's each and every kid, right? And so I always try to bring it back to that. And it's not a SPED kid or a kid with disability. It's, here's just another population of our students.
And this doesn't even include our 504.
Oh God, that's a whole nother thing.
It's a whole nother discussion, right? What about our dyslexic students? And this almost takes me back to a previous conversation we had as a board, I think before any of you were here. I think Gloria might have been here, which was we had a presentation on gifted and talented students, right? And Anna, I know she's going to so many directions. I'm not going to hit your directions, so go ahead, keep them, because you're going to have to take the conversation there. I'm only going to touch on 2 right now. One was, there was a cap that was recommended to us, that we had too many students in gifted and talented, according to that report.
for. And because why would you, we need to make sure we narrow this down. It was an unusual thought. We never followed up on that as a board. I would love to later figure out that. But I feel like that kind of conversation to me almost gives me a tie-in to what's going on with special education, right? And I want to see us continue to have these conversations.
Well, to piggyback our 2E kids, right? There's a whole population of 2E kids I feel they kind of slide under the rest.
Can you define that for people that are listening that might not know?
Are gifted twice exceptional students, or students with disability who also identify as gifted and talented. And it's hard to navigate that because you start thinking of special education, right? And you assume one thing, but in reality, we have a lot of students with disabilities who are in our advanced courses. And it's like, how do we support that? Because that bias, as a parent, I've experienced that bias with my child, right? And that education opportunity could have been denied, but I knew my rights.
Right.
And so I think for me, is what you're saying is it does all streamline together. But for me, in particular, is those 2E kids. Where are they at in here? Are they under the rug? Are we getting them the supports they need? Like, where are they in this mix?
Okay, terrific. Dr. Gehring, I'm sorry. I think Dr. Gehring.
One of the things that the APs really wanted to know, several of them, was what programs, because that can kind of give a direction too. I think, Trish, that kind of speaks to, because depending on the programs that these students are in might tell you a little bit about where maybe the energy is within that Asian student group. We know that for some of those communities, education maybe, because we've got a lot of them that have just recently moved into the United States. From India, for instance, many of them, their students don't have access to schools if their students have those kinds of needs or depending on those needs. And so will that tell us? And so one of the things that we're going to be working with the amazing Emily Gray is, are we able to then parcel out by program to get down to that very, very specific information? Because you can see where you could exhaust all that energy, move, like looking at like very broad, and then you're just hoping that it's in the right direction.
One of the fascinating data points on this chart that really jumps out at me is the difference between male and female identification in special education. One of the reasons that I'm interested in that is because that's a huge discrepancy, first of all. Second of all, it really neutralizes race, economically disadvantaged. It neutralizes all those things and points to the difference or diversity between how we deal with males and females in public education, in our school system in general. And I wonder what other data points are out there that we're not paying attention to, just in terms of how differently we deal with males and females inside our system.
So that one actually stuck out because it is known that females are usually identified with autism at a later date because they don't present the classic signs as what most people call autism. And so I honestly was not surprised by that number because, I mean, it's nationwide. And I think, though, what I would like to see is what processes are in place for our, I keep wanting to call them LSSPs, or school psychologists, right? And it goes back to that training piece, and we had that conversation with Kimberly at the last board meeting. What training are our school psychologists getting? And there's been a lot of movement in regards to making sure that girls in particular with autism and dyslexia and ADHD, they're looking at the way they're identifying students in a different light that they did 3 years ago because, it's changing, but it's just not catching up yet. So I honestly feel like in 4 or 5 years, we will see a balance, right? Because not all females present the classic autism signs. It's just, it's known. So I think for us, I feel like our SPED department, especially from the last board meeting, they are doing the training and updating, the right processes and practices. But also at the same time, we do need to be recognized that this is a nationwide problem. This is just what it is.
Thank you.
Well, I think the other thing that's interesting to me about male and female is that we have dealt with male and female diversity issues for a long time. And I think we've seen the result of that over time, to the point of, has it gone too far? I guess it raises interesting questions.
It does.
Well,
Well, and I like that you point out too that it raises questions, because I have a bit of internal trepidation when I hear the word data driven, because it makes me think that we're going to look at a number and go drive a decision, and instead it's this data informed. I kind of, that's my, or we can pick a new one, but for me when I think of data informed, it's like you look at this, you're like, okay, this is informing me of something, but I don't necessarily know everything yet. I need more data.
Exactly.
I need more pieces of the puzzle.
Yep. Okay, so the next slide is enrolled in athletics grades 7 through 12.
Oh, wow.
And Dr. Guerin and I talked about this one. A lot of people coming out of COVID wanted to get into athletics until they realized they had to run 5 miles. So, yes. And so we're seeing that leveling back off, yes.
That is true. And that PE was all online.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. That was always a fun class.
I see 21%,
22.
You can see they possibly a longing for that connection too. That desire to get
Be
back
back in.
and connected. You also still had some delayed any impacts of COVID on some of your outside of school organizations picking back up. And so your opportunities were then within the schools.
All right. So I want to talk about this guy. This is my mother and my closest sister when I was growing up, Coretta. And that's me when I was 6 years old. I remember the day this, I remember that. I didn't even think about that. But I remember the day this photograph was taken, and I included in this presentation about educational access for this reason. My mother and everyone on her side of the family were sharecroppers. You know, I was the first one on my mother's side not to be born on a sharecropper's plantation, and I was born in the fall of '67. And she was intentional about me not being born on the plantation because she wanted me to have access to an education. And that access has allowed me to have a truly remarkable career. I've been the first African American 5 times in my career. You know, my education has allowed me to study abroad 5 times. You know, I've had since 1991, this is the power of access. Since 1991, when I graduated from college and got a job teaching, I have had uninterrupted income, healthcare, and retirement, which has greatly benefited my life and the people that I'm responsible for. So that's why access is so important to me. And so my mother's decision to leave the plantation so that I could be born in the state of Wisconsin, that one decision transformed my whole life. So this is percent enrolled in career technical or aligned course grades 7 through 12. And you can see our district average is 69%, and then you can see our respective student groups along the bottom as well.
Some of the questions I have when I hear CTE is there's different types of CTE. And I often look at the types of opportunities in CTE that are being provided in different schools. And I think all those CTE opportunities are important. I just worry sometimes about tracking students into certain CTE opportunities that we're going to offer more blue collar trades and CTE in certain schools and offer robotics and engineering and incubator. Whether you're going to be someone at the job site, you know, cutting the thing, or you're going to be the person, you're going to be the CEO of the company in CTE. And so when I see CTE, I feel like I want to see it broken down more.
Yes.
By campus and by the type of CTE opportunity. it just, I remember like when I did my dissertation, it was on digital equity, and not in access to computers, but how technology was being used. And what we saw was like everyone was using technology, and in low SES schools, it was being done in a way where the computer's telling the students the answers, right? It was like this drill and repetition. They were learning, when you think about the kind of jobs that I'm preparing you for, and then you go to more affluent schools, students were telling the computers the answers. They were creating, and you think about what type of workforce, we're creating CEOs and CFOs and COOs, right? Versus I'm going to be working on a register and something. And so this one always brings a lot of questions to me because it always looks nice and balanced.
But what are the programs?
But I don't really think it's as balanced as the data tells us if I look at the type of CTE opportunity.
Yeah, that's a great observation. And I think that as we start to build out the dashboards, we'll be able to look at exactly what you just referenced there. I know it's been, it reminds me of the conversation going back, one of the classes I taught was African American history, going back to the conversation between Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, right? It reminds me of that whole thing, so I'm very aware of that. And even when I was a classroom teacher, which I had the privilege of being for 17 years, I wanted to make sure that students had a diversity of offerings. We used to call it vocational ed back then, so that they could matriculate to being the boss, being the company owner, instead of just being the one who was working on the line. And that's why when I had the opportunity to go to Germany, when I worked for the Department of Workforce Development and study the German apprenticeship model, their apprenticeship in mechatronics, oh, that's just phenomenal. I would love to talk to you about that sometime because it gets to exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
So when we were at one of our military recognitions, the ROTC, they were talking to these cadets, and one of the cadets it was fascinating. He was talking about the things that he liked and degrees and things he got to help him in his career through our district. One was AP courses. One is he was a hockey district championship, and that was something he did on the side. The other one was he got a welding and a culinary license, right? And so to piggyback on what Gloria was talking about, I do think it's important to know how all of our students get access to these programs, and do they have equal access to all the great programs, but then to know that they really have like an opportunity for a certificate or a license that gets them into a career choice. Because sometimes when I see CTE, I mean, some of these industry-based certificates can also be Microsoft Excel, right? And that's fine, all power to you, but please, I'm gonna look at that different for our students as far as unleashing their learning potential. Then I maybe look at a welding or a culinary or cosmetology or electrical. And so I do think it's really important to get a better handle on where and how are students accessing and what ones really are these, I don't know what the word is. I think somebody said terminal certificates before or something, but something that really means
industry.
Yeah, but not just industry-based, because Microsoft is industry-based, but there's a difference between a Microsoft credential and like one that's actually going to give you like a job.
Another piece is, and this is going a little bit even, I guess, deeper than the dashboard, of how we're offering and recruiting students. Sometimes I think you don't know what you don't know. Like I never thought about going to college because I didn't know anyone who went to college. So when a teacher asked me if I wanted to go, I said, absolutely not. And I think sometimes we're like, but we're not going to put this course in this school because nobody there is interested. I think it's still important to put it there and let it grow. And so how we're talking to different communities and families about different programs, almost like how we're recruiting people. And of course, having a choice to go either direction, it's not just about placing the opportunity there, but also giving some understanding about the opportunity.
Exactly. And then I think students seeing that this is something that they can be successful in. Because it's hard sometimes and you don't see a person, right? I totally agree.
I just have one thing. I think two things. One, I start thinking about this, and what made me think you know, the culinary and welding, a lot of that is not, we have a lot of students that can't get to those certifications because that is a campus thing, and that we don't provide transportation. So students and parents, they are dependent upon themselves to be able to go campus to campus. And so that's a barrier for a lot of students. Like I know there was a student in the culinary department who would walk 2 miles every day because that was important to them. And then also what you said, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, no, having the programs available for each and every student. And the one program that I think about is the incubator, right? It started out at 2 campuses. And I think it's a missed opportunities across the district at the other high schools. And I know we're getting it now at all the high schools, but I think it, for me, to saying what you said, like, I want to see those numbers broken down by campus. Because I think that's where the data and the information is going to lie, because we see this and it looks great, but when you start digging into that,
start unpacking it.
That's the information I want to see.
I just had a quick question about the, similar to athletics, the 2021-22, because that's when a lot of kids were online. So what explains that jump here?
For 21-22?
Yes.
So if you remember with the athletics, that also went up, but the AP and the participation in some of those activities, we saw a decline during that time, and we see that kind of going up. And so what you also had was some of your CTE courses that are more conducive to lab style learning didn't get necessarily the same type of instruction or experience virtually. So you could speculate, and of course we are pulling on that, you could speculate that the reason why you see that large spike is because the learning opportunity and experience looked more reflective of what a prior to that year would have looked like. And so some of that slight decline in some of those areas for the following year, for the 22-23 school year, you could also speculate at some of that leveling out, where you saw it back with the AP and then even the athletics. That's what we don't know, and that's where you start asking those better questions.
That is a question that we'll have to drill down on, because we're speculating about what it could be, but I think as we go on this journey of discovery, we're going to find out exactly what was happening, because we're still coming out of the pandemic to a certain extent in terms of our data. So I think there is a leveling going on, but yeah, we definitely need to continue that conversation.
I'd like to go back to something Chris had said earlier and kind of go into that, is how are we supporting our staff? Because I think on this one, I've heard from principals when we were touring campuses talk about, okay, how do we get CT people in here? How do we get that? And I think we need to, as a board, to know if we're doing something that is making it a barrier to get our CT staff in here, right? Because we do have workforce shortage. We do have competitive wage issues we have to figure out. And so if we're doing something as a board, or we have a process or a policy in place that we need to look at, then I'm hoping y'all will bring that forward to us as well.
We will in the future update.
I just have 2 observations about this particular one. The gaps here are much narrower than they are on a number of other indicators, and so I think this the kind of picture that we're striving for in other data areas as well, coupled with the fact that, like, if you look at the Asian column, it's still the highest one in this group, even though they're also the highest ones in rigorous courses in AP and IB courses.
Yeah, that's a good observation.
That's an indication that this is still important to all kids.
Yes.
And yet we've managed to close the gaps here. So we're doing something here that we need to
scale up. Yes, we need to learn what we're doing here. Dr. Guerin, that takes us to this slide as well, which is probably our closest slide to achieving parity. This is a combination slide, enrolled in fine arts, athletics, or CTE. And to me, it's a point of pride for the district, because it totally illustrates student engagement. Students are finding a place to connect and to belong, and so we're really excited about that. This slide was Emily Gray's idea. She was going to put this together. So she said, I want you to see this, and it was really exciting.
think you can make a correlation potentially down the way. That's why I like the 8th grade taking high school credit. So for those that don't know, about 5 years ago, campus leaders and district leaders got together to start talking about like the type of elective opportunities we wanted to have. Campus leaders met with their feeder high schools, what are those popular programs, because what we recognized was our students wanted to do it all. And as you know, you get to the high school level, you do a double block, like a marching band. How do you get in or get access to various opportunities to explore those programs of study? And so that's where you might be seeing some of that translate is in what way are we planning and doing within each of our levels, so that way we're thinking about what the access by the time they reach their senior year versus what are they getting while we have them here. And so those, we would imagine some of those numbers even to start going up as well.
And I know you are going to do this, but next time too, it would be cool. I love this. Thank y'all so much for this. We had an athletic slide all by itself. We had a CTE slide all by itself. I'd like a fine arts slide all by itself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I can at least give you some general, I mean, I have one copy of it, but I can share with you, like I can share a little bit about what that looks like in comparison. It's not colored. I don't have colored ink at home, but I did grab a copy of it.
All right.
That's off of the dashboard, so it's not off of that 3-year.
That's from the
yeah,
November
it's
flash cut, right? That's from November, I believe, right? That's the latest dashboard piece?
That's just pulled today.
Okay. And so this slide is college, career, military ready. We've seen a little degradation in some of the, look at one student group in particular, Black, it seems like those numbers have gone down just a little bit.
Oh my God.
And so we need to unpack what's really going on there. And that's why this year, another recommendation that came from the advisory committee was that they wanted us to work with a group of practitioners in the district who could drive action. And so working with the principals when I first got here and now working with the APs, we're having the right conversations. So yeah, so I'm really excited about the meeting we had on Tuesday was, I said this to Brian Miller, is probably one of the best days I've had since I've been here because they were really engaged.
Do you see the child experiencing homelessness? It'll take more than a glance. Despite record numbers of U.S. children without a permanent home, many experiencing homelessness remain largely invisible. And COVID-19 has made the problem even worse. Why does it matter? For a better future, every child needs an education. But families and youth experiencing homelessness can face unfair hurdles that make it difficult to enroll and participate in school. We all have a role to play, ensuring each child has the opportunity to learn. What can you do? It starts with looking closer. Just because homelessness isn't easy to spot, doesn't mean it's not there. If you've identified a child or a family who may need help, whether you are a teacher or a member of the community, learn more by talking with them with sensitivity. And finally, act by helping families and youth experiencing homelessness connect to resources at school and exercise their right to an education. Visit let'seducateeverychild.org to learn more and find useful resources that can help families and youth experiencing homelessness. Together, we can ensure all children get the opportunities they deserve.
So we do have some numbers for students who are being served under McKinney-Vento here. We have a total of 206 that have been identified and 174 that are receiving services. Yeah. The thing I want us to keep an eye on too is that we anticipate, as we see across the country, and it has nothing to do with politics, but as the pandemic era protection started to expire, we are seeing an increase in child poverty across the country. I think that because of the affordability crisis we're seeing in Austin, I think we're probably going to see an uptick. So we need to be prepared for that so we can make sure that we're tracking their success as well.
I had a question. Can we define homelessness? Is this individuals living in a hotel? Individuals in a car?
Yes.
Yes.
Because there's a perception that people assume, oh, they're just living on the street, but in reality, no, it's not.
No.
Like I was homeless as a kid. We lived in a motel for a year.
Right.
And so I was homeless. And so I was just wanting to make sure we're including those students into that demographic. Okay.
Yes.
I wanted to go back to the previous slide. I'm still, this one, I think that decrease on our Black student population is really it's a significant drop, right? And I know that your office is looking at, all of these areas, right? You're talking about homelessness, and it's a lot. It's a lot of different areas. I feel like this one is screaming though in our face, like this is a problem. If we look at our Black student population, how can we as a board support, help, influence that column? What kind of supports can we give? Because, I mean, you look at that data and we got to do better by our students. And I'm even thinking, when we think about our percentage of student population, those numbers of Black students have increased over the years, but the percentage, so those are more people. These are more students that are falling through the cracks here. And so, like, what can we do as a board to better support in this space?
I think that in future updates, we'll probably have recommendations, but I think that the most important thing right now is to see where we are and to use our dashboards to drill down, because we don't know why we saw a 2% drop from year over year. And our number of students, I think the African American student population in our district is 4.5%. So you're exactly right, we've seen an uptick. So we need to figure out what's really going on here. And so I think in future board updates, yeah, definitely, we would welcome that partnership because we feel the sense of urgency just like you all do.
Question about the CCMR. So are these percentages based on the new numbers that required of CCMR?
Yes.
So I wonder, are we looking at apples to apples then? Because
I thought about that. So I think the definition hasn't changed though. So these numbers are not going to be affected by that. They changed the cut points, but that's different, right? That's just an accountability issue. I don't think the actual definition of CCMR has changed, unless somebody's going to correct me maybe at some point. But I do want to, this data set is a little different for a different reason. So if you think about CCMR is the result of an accumulation of 4 years of high school activity, right? So that 2020 number, remember, was pre-COVID. That 2022 number is a year back, but those are the kids who spend 9th and 10th basically not in school. And so if you look across, what this tells me is that our Black, Hispanic, and I don't know about ECODIS, that's fascinating to me that they increased over that time, but our marginalized population suffered more in the pandemic than other groups did. And so you have to just think about this data set a little differently.
It also doesn't include military for the 3 years. So TEA suspended military enlistment for 1920, 2021, and 21-22.
So if they are listed, then they don't count here?
No, military, well, like, so any student that could potentially be within, if I look at the average, that 16%, that is not CCMR, that might have gone military would not be included for the last 3 years that this data shows. They suspended that as a qualifying measure. And they sunsetted CTE completion of programs of study. If you'll remember, they sunsetted, they used to have where you were considered CCMR if you completed a complete like program of study, like a full, they sunset that, so that's no longer a part of the calculation as well.
Do you see the track?
Okay, so.
I have a question though. I'd like to go back to our McKinney-Vento.
Yes.
Just talking about our homeless population, just before we leave that discussion a bit. So Anna brought up a good question on definition. Definition also includes students who are couch surfing, right?
Yes, it does.
And so McKinney-Vento has a very open definition,
It's
and,
very
and
broad.
rightfully so. How do we, not for this meeting, but I'd like to just know if we feel we're able to reach our student population who actually qualifies under McKinney-Vento and getting them the supports.
Right.
Because before, even at EcoDis, we had a challenge saying, hey, are people filling out the form for the free and
Right.
reduced lunch? Are we
Right.
properly
Are we seeing
identifying our
that?
EcoDis?
Yeah.
Are we properly identifying our homeless youth?
Right.
Because they need different supports as well. They need certain things to help them, so.
Thank you. Dr. Gary?
Yeah, I will say we have 3 specific individuals in the district that deal with truancy and dropout prevention. And those folks are probably the ones who are most directly connected to this population because they tend to have chronic absenteeism issues. And so I'd love for you to meet those 3 actually, because when you see their passion for what they do and how they serve, it's Paulo Martinez's team, and they're incredible, those 3 individuals.
So this next data set is found in college fall after graduation. Yes.
That emergent bilingual drop. That is, I don't like that.
Yes. It was a concern for us. Yep.
But how much control over that do we have?
Because it's self-reported. Yeah, I can't speak to that. I'm not sure.
So with the special education, is it just college? Does that include our 18 plus and those other types of vocational programs?
I know it includes other vocational programs. 18 plus, I'm not sure about.
So like, with the Seton Ascension program, right? With
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm not sure. I can get some clarification on that one.
Because,
I'm not
there's
sure.
other, I feel like at least, like there's a non-Parole Institute, right? There's other things that I just wonder.
Other areas that we should be counting.
Right, because, let's be honest, colleges in Texas are not disability friendly. And so I think there's other avenues that have opened up for our disability community. So I would just be curious to know where are they going? They're obviously connected in our community, but what's that number
where are
look
they?
like? Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so I know we're at our time, and I know we have visitors, so I want to make sure.
We want a whole day with you.
Okay, so are we continuing?
Can we go a little bit?
Okay.
Where are we? There's like a wiggle room here because I know that we have Holly and Karen.
Yes.
And how much longer?
We can do, if we just have 5 minutes, if that's okay.
We'll try to limit or
Okay.
limit our questions.
Yep. I just want to show. I want to show 2 more slides. I want to get to the discipline absence data. So, yeah. So, but.
We're gonna hold our questions.
Okay. All right.
We want to see the
Yes.
data, and then we'll follow up with questions.
All right, so let me explain this slide. So this is from 1819 through 2023. And just to use the African American group as an example, this is reading that 83% of African American students did not have a referral, and 5% had 1, and 12% had 2 or more. So that's the way it's reading. And you can see all of the student groups are below the bottom, and these are from 1819 to 2223.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
And I know that one of the reasons why we wanted to work with the APs is because they drive action for the most part around this data set. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to work with them. We want to increase cultural competency, see the individual student, not the behavior sometimes. And you can see that, and one of the APs asked us a question, one of the things they want to know are the actual number of students, not just the student group, but the actual number. So, and part of the dashboard build out, Emily put that in. So it gives you a pretty good idea of what we're looking at. And then this is student discipline by special education and non-special education.
Oh my.
And so that in 22-23, 92% of our students who were not special education did not have a referral. And in 22-23, 85% did not have a referral who were special education. So you see we have like a 7-point delta there. We do, but we need to figure out how many students that actually means. So, and then the last slide I want to show you is chronically absent. And this is very interesting to me because for all of my teaching career, I worked in a hyper-marginalized community. So most of my students were economically disadvantaged. And this is a group that is experiencing the greatest challenge. And a lot of it has to do with, and I'm sure anyone who's worked with economically disadvantaged students knows this, the oldest child is typically the caretaker in the family, right? And so a lot is put on that child, and when they have to get pulled from school, this is sometimes the consequence. You know? So, but going back to all of these data sets, this is the very reason that we wanted to work with the AP group, because this is the data that they saw, that they unpacked, and this is the action that we're driving. Yeah, this is what we're going to come back to. Yeah. All right. Holly and guests, we apologize.
Before we break, I just want to thank you both.
Thank you all so much for the conversation.
I'm so glad that there's two, but I do want to just extend my gratitude to you. You do a phenomenal job of bringing people in on a topic that can a lot of times push people away.
Thank you.
I think that your approach is exactly what LISD needs for our community, and I just really, really am proud of this department, and I'm happy. I think you're just like, when we heard that it's you, we were all like, just what an amazing, I'm really excited for this team. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and I want to extend my gratitude to this board for the support that we have received. It's been almost 2 years since this office was launched. It'll be January 18th, and the support that all of you have demonstrated, the conversations I've had, Dr. Gehring, Sarah Grissom, thank you all so much. It has been it's a challenging job, but it's extremely rewarding when you have this level of support.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will be back in 5 minutes, y'all. from our break, and we're going to move on over to a presentation from our council, Holly Wardell and Eric Munoz.
All right, thank you very much, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gehring. It's nice to be here this afternoon, and I get the opportunity to introduce my colleague in person this time. I know you got to visit with Eric a little bit last summer while I was on vacation, but I'm thrilled to have him here today to present, to talk to you about conflicts of interest. He presented on this topic at the TASA-TASB convention a couple of months ago. When I watched it, I thought this would be great for the board because I know from time to time you have questions about conflicts of interest. And my colleague Eric is a shareholder at our firm. I've worked with Eric now for about 18 years, so I've known him for a long time. He is a phenomenal lawyer. His work is primarily transactional, so he does a lot of the purchasing issues, anything dealing with large contracts, construction issues, and he's our ethics attorney at our firm. So he's who we go to. Don't laugh, attorneys do have ethics. We're supposed to. And so he's our go-to for lots of these types of things. So he deals with conflicts of interest, those CIS forms, CIQ forms. He's kind of our in-house expert on all of those types of things. He also Eric is one of those that always has an interesting take or point of view on things. And we have this joke at our firm that we don't play devil's advocate with each other, we play Eric. And so that's what I'll say. I'm just going to play Eric here for just a minute.
I'm just learning that, by the way.
Because he always brings something different to the table. And we need people like that, right? We need our differences of opinions and people who look at things from a different way of looking at it. And Eric does a great job for that. So I was also trying to think of, Eric has two amazing children of his own. He does not live in our district. He lives in a neighboring district, but don't take that, don't hold that against him. He is very active in his school district. He's served on a number of different boards and committees, and has been pretty active in that school district. And so my knowledge of Eric Leander trivia, my pool is pretty shallow in that regard, but I did think of one connection. At one time, both Eric's wife and one of our trustees were in the hospital at the same time. They had their second child, like within a day of each other, or was it the same day?
Same day.
Same day, in the hospital. And so they share that in common. So they have children the same age, and they're awesome. There we go. Anyway, without further ado, I'll turn it over to Eric, and he's going to talk to you about conflicts of interest. So get your questions ready. He's going to walk you through some scenarios. And then at the end, we'll go over the portions of your board operating procedures that are above what the law requires, and you have some local requirements in that regard. We'll talk about those.
Thank you, Holly. Good afternoon. It's good to see everybody again. So I had an attorney ethics joke also, but since Holly took it, and you can't do more than one, I'm just going to go ahead and jump forward.
I think we should try it. If it might be better than mine.
I will say this, I can guarantee y'all that I do not have a slide that's going to generate as much interest and excitement among the board as a slide with data on student discipline, okay? So, which is a good thing, right? Because that's a lot closer to student outcomes than the stuff I'm going to talk to you about. But I think it's still important, very important, in fact, because, we want to make sure, when I talk to people about this, we want to make sure that the people that elected us and trust us to run their school district, we want to make sure that they have confidence that we're going to represent them in a way that makes them proud, right? And whenever a trustee gets into legal issues regarding conflicts of interest and the stuff we'll talk about, it always reflects on the community, right? So that's why I think it's important, maybe, not as important perhaps as other stuff, but definitely something that we want to have a good grasp on. And I will say this also, this is a very technical set of statutes. I don't expect y'all, I wouldn't want y'all to leave here knowing every little detail of the law. I think the point more is to have a general understanding for what the framework is, to know to go look when a situation arises, because that's what I do even to this day. So, under the microscope, pitfalls in ethics and conflicts of interest, I will forego the ethics joke. Now, so here's a call that I get every now and then, and a client will call me and tell me the scenario they're dealing with, say, Eric, isn't that just way unethical, right? It's a conflict of interest. And I say, well, according to who, right? Because I'm not any sort of moral authority. right? So the only thing that I can help you with is look at what are the laws that are out there that other people are going to hold you to, because one of the things we'll talk about is that we don't all share necessarily the exact same set of values, and that's a good thing, right? It's a diverse community. So talk a little bit about just our personal ethics, not very much there, and then we'll go into state and federal laws, and then finally, like Holly mentioned, local policy. So the personal codes of ethics, to me, that's kind of the first line. That's the stuff I can't tell you very much about because it's intrinsic to everybody, right? Everybody has their own set. I sat and thought about it a little bit, and I thought, okay, well, what informs what any individual might consider to be ethical, right? There's a general sense of fairness, maybe. I think a lot of people, certainly in my role as an attorney, I'm in procurement and these transactions, somebody might say, hey, that's really unfair. And I say, well, that's what the contract says. So what do you mean by unfairness, right? We have a contract, we have a deal, we negotiated. Number one, that's why people hate lawyers, right? But two, it just kind of shows that, there's a general sense of fairness out there that really, I think is the first thing that comes to people's minds. Second, I think when somebody's devising their own sort of moral code, you want to protect the interests of those who have put you in a position, right? Those who have entrusted us. For the case of a trustee, right, it's our community. Those that we're going to go ask for their votes, whether they vote for us or not, we're representing them. The interests of society at large, you want to make the world a better place. Maybe you have personal commitments, things that you just feel really strongly about. Maybe those are religious commitments to some people. There's just a vast sort of variety of sources where these ethical considerations can come from. And like I said, they're not always shared. That's okay. We're not all the exact same person, right? So the first example that I lead with, and this is a presentation, let me say, that I've delivered to trustees and to school administrators, to school purchasing, business offices, right? So I like to use the example of lunch with a vendor. Let's say a vendor invites you and a colleague to lunch. And you say yes, but your colleague says, no way. Well, that just depends, because we're going to talk about there are many situations where it's not illegal to go to lunch with a vendor, right? But some people nonetheless want to say absolutely not. And so does it matter, right? It might matter on the specifics, whether you're getting taken to a very, very nice restaurant that serves just the finest meats, or whether you're going to Fogo de Chao, right? Because I happen to think Dairy Queen is a very high quality restaurant. So again, just an example there. This is one that comes up pretty often. In fact, I used to intern at the Capitol years and years ago, and I was always seeing lobbyists deliver muffin baskets and all sorts of cool things to different offices. The legislator, the state senator that I worked for, he had a policy where it was a strict no on everything, no matter what. So Eric didn't get the basket of muffins. Okay.
Wait, you asked the question, you're just telling us those are questions, you're not giving us any answers.
Well,
because you're like, who's right? I would like to know who's right so we can check the box.
Sure. So let's assume it's all legal, and we'll talk about later on when it's legal and when it might not be. But in this situation, I think the answer is there is no right answer. Everybody has their own right answer. And so I guess one way to think about it is when it comes to ethics, everybody should have the same floor. That's legal compliance. But the ceiling for how ethical you want to be or what you consider to be ethics is going to vary among people, right? So in this one, I don't think there's a wrong answer, right? Now, if you're telling the vendor, hey, take me to DQ, buy me a Blizzard, and I'll vote on a contract for you, of course, that's so I guess maybe another issue that people have with lawyers is the answer here is it depends, and it depends on what you feel is appropriate.
And also on that other one, I'm sorry, and then I'll let you go on, is point out too, when you're saying lunch with a vendor, there are vendors in our district that are also parents in our district. It gets interesting as you're talking to a parent or mom and dad about an issue, but they either have a contract with the district or they're getting a contract with the district. So
absolutely, those lines can be blurred.
It gets nuanced, right? As you go on.
You want my advice, my easy answer advice, err on the side of caution, right? Easy. Okay, so getting to state laws, just 4 general topics we're going to talk about. The first one is the penal code provisions on illegal gifts to public servants. And I'll admit, when I started practicing, this is one that caught me by surprise. I was kind of familiar with the concept of bribery, and of course that's illegal. But this statute doesn't require bribery, right? It doesn't require a quid pro quo exchange. This is just the mere fact of accepting a gift from somebody who might be interested in a contract could be, under the penal code, a crime. So that's illegal gifts. The second topic there is the conflict disclosure rules under Chapter 176 of the Texas Local Government Code. Those are for when you're allowed to accept a gift, but then you're also required to file something to disclose it. Third is a separate and independent requirement that also deals with disclosure, and that's Chapter 171 of the Texas Local Government Code. That one requires an affidavit, the disclosure part, but also abstention from participating in a matter. And then fourth and finally there, another disclosure requirement. So potentially 3 disclosure requirements, right? All separate and independent. Whenever the district is going to acquire property in which a trustee has an interest, and that involves filing something at the county level, we can talk about that. Last topic there is the local policies. Okay, so jumping into the penal code, section 3608, illegal gift. I should know the specific title by now. I call it the illegal gifts statute. Great quote I came across when I was trying to do some research on this. A clock does not become a plaque simply because a name is engraved on it. And that was not stated by an ancient Greek philosopher. It comes from the Texas Ethics Commission. We'll see a little bit what context that came up, because you might be wondering, how the heck is that even relevant? Okay, so the basic law here, I'll quote from the statute, and please, at any time, feel free to jump in with any questions. So, a public servant who exercises discretion in connection with contracts and purchases or other pecuniary, i.e. financial transactions, commits an offense, a crime, if he or she solicits, accepts, or agrees to accept any benefit, and we'll look at the definition of that, but this is how simply the statute is stated, any benefit from a person that the public servant knows is interested in or likely to become interested in a contract or purchase. And an offense under this statute is a Class A misdemeanor. Okay, so what's a public servant? The question is maybe a little less clear when we're talking to school staff. For trustees, it's pretty easy. Y'all are public servants, right? The statute also ties to somebody who exercises discretion. Again, the question of discretion is a little more at issue when we're talking with staff. With trustees, pretty much anything you do is discretionary, right? Because every vote you cast, nobody can say you can be forced to cast a vote. So I think in this situation, what was asked of the Ethics Commission was, well, what if a district clerk doesn't actually vote or make the final decision on something, but they make a recommendation to the Commissioner's Court? And the Ethics Commission there, I think, made the right decision, said, no, it takes discretion to know whether or not you're going to recommend something or not. That in itself can trigger the application of the statute. Okay, so we know who public servants are, talked about discretion. Solicits, accepts, or agrees to accept. Pretty easy if you ask for a trip to Las Vegas all by yourself, right? It also covers agreeing to accept. Let me make this point also. I'm not a criminal lawyer. This is a criminal statute, right? But this particular text of the statute, even if you never get that promised benefit, just by agreeing to accept it, that could bring you within the scope of the law here. And then finally, solicit. There's one case that I'm going to talk to you all about just because I like to try to draw some illustration at least. And there the court said, it doesn't have to be an overt act of solicitation saying, hey, how about you give me $1,000? It can be a sort of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge type situation where just the context and the facts establish that you're really asking for something.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. One more? One more.
Go back. Right there. Sorry, we were noodling over that. Like, she was asking what happens if you're a nominee, like you're running for office, right? And things get kind of blurry. You're not an actual elected official.
I have never considered this in the context of somebody who's not actually in office yet. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never had to deal with that one.
even in the preamble there, it says even if he has not yet qualified for office.
I think that what that's intended to cover is situations when you say, hey, look, if I get elected and you do this for me, I promise to vote for your contract, right? So that's probably what they're getting at there. No, good question.
And I think we should have a she every now and then too, just saying.
I will say a lot of these slides are copied and pasted from the statute. I like to give you all the actual text and then talk. As a contract lawyer, I like to rely on the text that's actually on a paper, so that's why I do these slides like this. Okay, backing up. So what's a benefit? What is a gift? The statute actually defines this for us. Anything reasonably regarded as pecuniary gain or advantage. So that means something, a financial sort of benefit, right? Something that has value, including any benefit to any person in whose welfare the beneficiary has a direct and substantial interest. So I think what that's aimed at is people trying to get around the statute by saying, give it to my cousin, right? Give it to my son. Doesn't necessarily have to be a family relationship, I think, to bring you within that. You always, here's what I tell people, you always want to look at these in the context of how is this going to become an issue, right? And I think a lot of times is, the way I've told it to people before, all it takes is one district attorney, perhaps, to get crosswise with somebody at the district to go investigating and digging. And look, that's not a bad thing. We're not trying to hide illegal activities here, right? But that's, as a practical matter, I think that's how it might come up and how you might find yourself having to justify a particular course of action. Okay, so what gifts or benefits does the law not apply to? De minimis trinkets, that's kind of what I think about it. So a cup of coffee, small amounts of perishable food delivered infrequently, trinkets of minimal value, and there's an opinion that says a plaque is not a benefit. And so I think we'll see in the next slide, yeah, so the Ethics Commission has said that these are benefits. An engraved clock with a value of $50. The use of a deer lease, college sports tickets, a $60 meal, and a hunting rifle. So keep in mind, though, this is just telling us what's within this definition of benefit. We'll look later. There's exceptions that allow a public servant to have a meal with somebody who's a potential vendor, right? And that's perfectly okay. There's rules that govern that so long as we have to follow those rules, of course. Okay, so here's where the rubber sort of meets the road. These are exceptions to this gift statute. The first one listed, you can see by the numbering, I omitted ones that I thought weren't particularly relevant. So a gift or benefit given on account of a personal relationship or kinship that's independent, of the official status of the relationship. So that's the situation where a trustee might say, yeah, that vendor gave me $1,000, but it's because he likes me so much. It's not because I'm a trustee. It's because she just really thinks that I'm a funny guy and likes to have wants to have some sort of personal relationship outside. So here's the way I see this one. I'm sure there are absolutely situations where that applies, right? My question is, do you really want to be the one that has to prove that even though you may be a trustee, it was something else that caused this general contractor, just because I do construction, this general contractor to, lavish you with gifts, right? A lot of these come down to practical considerations where you want to err on the side of caution and not put yourself in the position of having to prove these things. And this Smith versus State case that I mentioned has a little bit of an illustration on that. Political contributions, not gifts. This one's important. Any item with a value, an item with a value of less than $50. So it's $49.99. You don't have to worry about it, except for cash. There is no de minimis exception for cash. Any amount of cash will get you in trouble. I would apply that to gift cards, cash cards, things like that.
Like money orders.
Yeah, I would apply that to money orders too. Finally, this is the one that we've kind of skirted for a while now. Food, lodging, transportation, or entertainment accepted as a guest. Okay? And that's critical because there's actually specific rulings on this, on what it means to be a guest. It doesn't mean, hey, go down to the DQ and put it on my tab, right? Can you have a tab at DQ? I don't know. But what it means is that the vendor has to be there and available for you to interact with. That brings you within that guest exception. And then absolutely critical, don't forget to report it. Okay, because if you don't report it, something that may have been legal has now become illegal. Okay, so this is a question that I thought some people wanted to fight me on the last time I talked about this topic. What do you do when somebody drops something off, an unsolicited benefit? Say they brought a bottle of wine, a nice expensive bottle of wine, and left it at your office or left it at your door. Can I just throw it in the trash? And I hated having to answer this question because it makes so much sense that you should just say, well, I threw it in the trash, I never used it. But the penal code gives us a specific sort of process for what to do with an unsolicited benefit. And it says you may donate it to a government entity that has the authority to accept the gift, or a recognized tax-exempt charitable organization. And so what it doesn't say there is put it in the trash can, right? So I hate having to be the lawyer that kind of winces and says, well, that's probably not what I would recommend you do, but that's absolutely not what I would recommend you do, right? You're always in the best position if you can point to words on paper and say, I did exactly that. And you can imagine all sorts of games that people can play with, throwing something on the trash and having their cousin come pick up the trash, et cetera, right? Okay, so this is one of the few cases that's out there dealing with this particular statute. And I will say, I don't know anything about the gentleman that was involved here. I don't know what happened subsequently. This is just one court opinion that's out there as an example of how a court might look at these things and the arguments that get made. And so this case involved a university vice president, and the university was in the process of renegotiating a contract with Barnes & Noble to operate campus bookstores. The vendors' offices were in New York City, and as you can imagine, we're going to be talking about traveling back and forth to New York City. Again, everything on these slides, it's not personal knowledge to me, it's what's reported in the opinion. So the vendor here in this case provided round-trip plane tickets, hotel accommodations, meals, ground transportation, and theater tickets. Now, a lot of these to me at first blush sound like food, lodging, transportation, entertainment, right? Maybe accepted as a guest, we'll see. Excuse me. So these benefits were provided both to Mr. Smith, who's the one involved in the case, and to his spouse, as well as the chairman of the board and his spouse, okay? They traveled to New York and spent 3 nights there. The spouses did not participate in any of the negotiations. They didn't have a formal role in the business being conducted. More information from the case. For about 2 years, Mr. Smith made 5 trips to New York. His spouse accompanied him on 3 of those trips, and the vendor provided air and ground transportation, hotel lodging, meals, and sometimes theater tickets. In all events, the spouse did not participate in the business being transacted. Now here's where I like to point this out to people, because look at that first section there. It says, Barnes & Noble executives testified that it is really rare for university officials to bring their spouses on these kinds of business trips. I have no idea how all of this went down, but don't you think, I would like to think that they would have said something at the time, right? Imagine you're Mr. Smith here and you've been going along, and again, I don't know, but let's say that nobody at Barnes & Noble ever raised a hand, right? Maybe they just wanted to get the contract done or something. When it comes time to go to court, all of a sudden you're hearing maybe for the first time, whoa, this is so rare. But that's how it happens, right? When you're in the heat of a business transaction, it's a lot different context, and you're looking at things years after the fact, after having taken an oath. So Mr. Smith here in this case, one of his arguments in defense was that the vendor provided all of these accommodations on account of the friendship that got developed, right? Because we know that's one of the exceptions. What the court said here is that there was no evidence of that. So that's where I get to people, how are you going to prove that it was not the fact that that you control the purse strings, let's just say it, right? Apparently Mr. Smith was wasn't even allowed to assert the guest defense because there was no evidence put on that they actually reported the gifts in accordance with whatever requirements were in place at the time. So even though it looks to us like, well, it sounds like it was accepted as a guest, in this particular case, as a result of this opinion, court said, well, there's no evidence that they reported it. So we're still going to continue with the prosecution here. And that was the case of Smith versus State. Again, I put it there just to paint y'all a picture of how these things might go. Here's another one that sometimes people want to fight me on. How does this play out in the context of a raffle, right? I didn't see any exceptions for raffles or games of chance. I don't know. I haven't seen a case on this.
I'm thinking
Sure.
about like when you go to a chamber event and they do, now I don't know, this is my thought, but when you go to a chamber event, sometimes they'll have a raffle for prizes, and I don't put in my card for that raffle because the district bought my ticket. Now, if I had bought my own ticket and I was there then that would be different. But as a trustee, if I'm going to a chamber event, the district bought I'm not putting my card in for the raffle.
Now I get it. And I remember one time at a chamber I did win, and I just donated it. Yeah, I donated it to the Education Foundation, who was sitting next to me. But this was years ago. It's like, do you have to report it then that you donated it to a nonprofit?
Well, here's the way I see this. Remember that we are talking about a specific statute that applies to vendors who may be interested in a contract with the district. So it doesn't apply to all raffles.
So then my question then, when we go to TASBY events, right, in the marketplace, the vendor thing, that is a big deal to put your cards because you win things. And so how does that work then? Because if it's at this conference where you have tons of trustees dropping their cards in, winning gift cards or whatever, like knives or whatever, what is that? Like, what is the restriction on that?
That's a good question. Having given this presentation at that conference, it can be unpopular. And look, like I said, I haven't seen any authority out there that specifically talks about raffles, but the way I see it, if I'm being extra careful, there's no exception for raffles or games of chance. If somebody gives me something, that's a benefit. It's going to have pecuniary value, right? I would say a lot of those are not things that qualify as a guest exception, unless you win a dinner out with the vendor, maybe, right? So what I tell people, just stay away from those.
And this is just kind of a separate distinction, but just to keep our language technically precise, a raffle is where you pay something in exchange for a chance to win something, as opposed to a door prize where you may not have actually paid for anything, but you still win a prize. Raffles, and the reason I mention that distinction is because there are only nonprofit organizations, certain nonprofit organizations are legally allowed in Texas to have a raffle. There are entities that do raffles that legally shouldn't be doing that, but that's kind of the distinction on that. But I think the key there is if the prize is less than $50, you're okay.
Yeah.
If it's more than $50 and you're getting it because you are a trustee or because the district has paid for your admission to this event, you'd be better off declining or donating it.
I have a question because we're going to experience this for any trustee who goes to the grassroots conference with TASBY. I was recently on a board committee where we were talking about how do we get more people to attend, and there's scholarship money. If we can give scholarship money for students, for trustees who attend the grassroots event, and they're talking about how can we make that more money for students. Great, doing student learning. So here's my question. If we attend and we win scholarship money for our students at the next grassroots event, does that mean then we give it straight to the district, or do we give it to LEAF, or do we say we don't want to participate in that?
Well, do you want me to answer?
Well, we had that happen to us, yeah.
So the way I see it, if the money does not flow to a trustee and not to a trustee's cousin, I always use the cousin, right, or relative or something. If it's money going to the district, I don't have as big a problem with that regarding this statute, right? So long as we keep that clear line of demarcation.
They didn't give you yeah.
Yeah. So I feel a lot better that. If somebody wants to argue, well, the district is somebody in whose benefit the trustee is interested in, and therefore it can't be done, when that argument gets made, I guess we can handle it, But at this point, so long as it doesn't come to the trustee or any individual person or your favorite sort of entity, if it's going to the district, I feel comfortable with that. Okay, so the key takeaways from here, remember we're not just talking bribery, it's just, you don't need the quid pro quo. $49.99 is the exception, cash, gift cards, no amount. And if you do accept a gift that is allowable, just make sure you report it if needed to stay within the bounds of the statute. Okay, now we're talking about when you need to report it. So chapter 176. Here I am talking about the CIS/CIQ forms that I'm sure a lot of you have seen. They're prepared by the Texas Ethics Commission. How are we on time? Okay, we go till 2:30, right? I'll talk faster. I'll talk less. Let's do that. I like to tell people, look, just because you disclose a gift doesn't make it legal if it was illegal to begin with. The one, maybe the one exception is the guest one, right? Because that's kind of tied to being reported. So the three kind of ways I like to look at the statute: who is subject to disclosure, what is required to be disclosed, and what else does the law require. And again, this law doesn't talk about abstaining from any sort of participation. This is just about filing a form. So who's subject to disclosure? The trustees. It's easy because the trustees specifically mentioned in there. You can see there covers a kind of a wide swath of district employees, potentially. Discretion, again, I'll zip through that to get there. A couple of years ago, they added this language to the statute to make it apply to a broader scope of district employees. Again, with trustees, perhaps not as pertinent here. I like to tell people, if you touch the procurement process in any way, consider yourself subject to the statute. So disclosure is required when a vendor enters into a contract with the district or is considering entering into a contract. Okay, you don't have to wait until the contract is signed. And there's three possible triggers. There's the employment/business relationship, kind of income coming in. Gifts, a certain level of gifts will trigger a disclosure requirement, and then a family relationship. Although I'll say this right now and I'll repeat it as we go through, family is implicated not just in that third bullet point, but also in 1 and 2, and we'll see how. Okay, vendor, we'll just go with the traditional definition, just know that the law has applied it to agents of the vendor, which makes it go, I think, beyond the particular company that you're contracting with. It might involve several personnel that have some relationship with that company. Agent could be owners, salespeople, other people that know how to bring parties together, potentially. Contract, real property, goods or services, pretty much any sort of purchasing contract. So, okay, trigger number 1 is the employment or business relationship, and like I said, this involves family also. So this covers a family relationship within the first degree of either blood or marriage, okay? So you have to disclose if the vendor has an employment or business relationship with, with the LGO, that's local government officer, let's just say trustee for our part, or a family member of the trustee, and we see there the definition of family member, first degree. Business relationship, there's a pretty long definition, as you can see, a connection between 2 or more parties based on commercial activity. There's some exceptions there, but let me jump ahead to the thing. Okay, so I had a couple of slides there on the family relationships. We'll circle back so you can see it. For the visual learners, I came up with this nifty little thing because that's the way I like to see things. So employment or business relationship covers the first degree. Okay, here finally we get to the more critical part. If it results in your family member getting income of $2,500 or more, that's kind of the dollar threshold that they've applied there, and it does not include investment income. I've got the definition on there. Please, I'm happy to answer any questions after. I just don't want to get bogged down in some of the minutia here. And you look back for the preceding 12 months to see if you have to report anything. Okay, that was the first trigger, business relationship. Trigger number 2 is gifts. If you've gotten, what is it, $100 or more of gifts within the last 12 months, that's when you're in reporting territory. It used to be 250, but they lowered the threshold. The legislature has done several things to broaden the scope of this law. Once again, first degree relationship there. The definition of gift, very similar to the one we looked at. Two different statutes, two definitions that have a lot of overlap, as you can see. So largely, though, they're kind of congruent there. Oh yeah, so I wanted to point this out. It used to be that if you look at number 3 there on the right, food, lodging, transportation, or entertainment accepted as a guest. We know those are exceptions to the illegal gifts law, right? Those used to be accepted from the reporting requirement. But one of the changes the legislature made was to remove lodging, transportation, and entertainment. So now only food accepted as a guest is exempted from reporting. What that means is when you go back and look to see how much food or transportation or entertainment you've accepted, you need to consider whether or not that needs to be reported, because it may very well be within the scope of that. You look back through the preceding 12 months to see how the requirement applies. And then trigger number 3 is the one that's based strictly on family relationships, and it covers the 3rd degree of blood relations or the 2nd degree of marriage. You can see the lists up there. So the very basic summary, yes, as trustees, you're covered if you were wondering, and the things to look at are employment or business relationships, gifts, and family relationships. I'll skip the mechanics. Just know you have to file them with the district. There is a timeline that applies. There's a grace period as well. If anybody wants me not to zip through these, please just let me know.
I think it's worth pointing out that if you find out that your child or somebody within the degree that's prohibited has gotten $2,500 or more of income from a company that the district now contracts with, or some other type of collect that you become aware of, you've got 7 days to file. It doesn't mean that anything illegal has happened, but you've got 7 days from when you find out of that relationship. Say you're at a board meeting, or you're looking at something on the district's check register, and you say, oh my goodness, we have an agreement with this company, then you've got 7 days to take care of that. So.
And I think it's also important to point out too, especially for the board, you usually fill this out when you know there's a conflict, but I filled mine out and turned it in not because I know there's a conflict, but because potential, right? It could happen. So you could fill these out for 2 ways. The form isn't really made for people, though, to have potential. It really is only done.
Absolutely.
But I talked to other trustees, and they're like, it's just easier if you go ahead. If you work with anybody if there's any part of education, just to go ahead and fill out that conflict of interest form. It's really interesting. The form's not really made for that.
Yeah, I mean, extra disclosures, never bad, at least in our context here. But I have had that situation where a district called me about that, and the first time I had to look at the form, it's like, yeah, this doesn't have a box to check to say no conflict. It's really, if there's a conflict, you disclose. So we have about 10 minutes. Holly, what do you prefer, me talking, or do you want to skip to the local policies? Or what is?
You can do that, your part quickly.
Okay. Okay, I'll skip the other duties and the penalties because we're never going to run afoul of that, right? The next disclosure requirement, Chapter 171, just keep in mind this is in addition to Chapter 176. We're not talking Texas Ethics Commission. We're talking an affidavit that you file here at the district. As a trustee, you're a local public official, and you're required to disclose and abstain. This is important because this is the statute that says you cannot participate in a matter. And it applies, how can I state this succinctly? Whenever the action being contemplated is going to have a special economic effect on a piece of property or a business. Trustees, let's see here. Oh, okay. So the definition of local public official in this statute, first degree, okay? Okay, what triggers is the requirements. It's when you have a substantial interest, and that is defined as owning either 10% of the stock of a business or $15,000 of the fair market value of the business entity, or if funds that you've received from that business entity exceed 10% of your gross income for the previous year. And when it comes to real property, it's a $2,500 threshold. Just remember, you can go look all this up whenever the time comes. Special economic effect, basically, we're talking about giving somebody a contract or taking some sort of voter action that will have a very direct financial benefit to an entity. Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, this doesn't say that you can't have that connection. It just means that if you do have it, that you have to disclose it and then abstain from participating in that decision.
The statute specifically says you have to file it before any vote or decision. It's got to be filed with the district's official record keeper. I think technically at a lot of districts that's the secretary of the board, but in practicality at a lot of districts I talk to, it's the superintendent's office or superintendent secretary. Just make sure you can meet that technical requirement.
Yeah, Cindy is.
Okay. And the forms should be at your BBFA policy. So if everybody's conflicted out and can't participate in a matter, then everybody can, right? That's basically what this exception says. You can pull items out of the budget to have a specific line item vote and then come back around. Penalties, again, we're never going to run afoul of this, so we shouldn't have to worry about it. This is one of those cases that I threw in just to give you all an illustration. This involved a county judge who sold office supplies, and I think the business manager walked in on the county judge talking to his son-in-law or filling out a purchase order for the son-in-law's office supply business, which used to be the county judge's. So anyway, over a matter of staplers, where is it? I have it here somewhere. Over a matter of staplers and tape and things like that, this county judge got prosecuted. And the testimony showed that the business manager told him, hey, I think you have to disclose that. Let's talk about it. And I think he just ignored that advice. And there you go. Okay, the third statute, another disclosure statute. A public servant who has an interest in property to be acquired with public funds shall file an affidavit 10 days before the property is to be acquired. And this one you have to go outside of the district and file it at the county clerk's level. David. Okay, so I will zip through these two Esser Edgar regulations whenever we're dealing with federal funds. There's provisions in there that require the district to have written standards of conduct to cover real or apparent conflicts of interest. I will say one of the areas that I see some issues in is how we marry state law requirements that are explicitly stated and other sort of general conflict provisions that we see. So for example, here, conflicts of interest, real or apparent. Well, what exactly is that, right? The district has adopted, to my knowledge, written standards here in your policies dealing with conflicts of interest when it comes to federal funds. Oh, one more statute I have here. I actually have a section where we go back to those policies on the federal funds. Penal Code 3607 also prohibits accepting an honorarium. It's basically being paid to give a speech that you wouldn't have given but for the fact that you were a trustee. And as you can see there, it's got some exception for transportation and lodging expenses. But wait, there's more. I don't have slides on this. Just remember, we're talking about disclosure and stuff. You still have all these crimes, bribery, abuse of official capacity, things related to instructional materials, and that doesn't even cover the federal crimes when the guys in the blue windbreakers show up.
And on top of this, you have we amended your board operating procedures recently to kind of put some higher standards in there as well. This actually comes from your board policy at CAA. Remember the C section? Those are your business policies, and in your local policy, it specifically indicates that accepting or seeking anything of material value from contractors, vendors, or other persons providing services to the district, is prohibited, pursuant to local policy. So there's that. There's this provision, the disclosure requirement. I think those are basically, requirements from.
Yeah, this isn't the policy dealing with federal funds. I think this is part of compliance with those Edgar requirements that you adopt written standards of conduct. I will just say these don't always line up perfectly with what state law requires. So you you kind of have to do a job of making sure you're in compliance with
Right.
both.
This is really a messy area because you've got your federal requirements, and then for years and years we had historically the requirement that said if you own, more than 15% of the business or, X amount, and that was an easy standard. And then they added the additional CIS, CIQ if you get anything from a vendor requirement. And so, and they're all kind of disjointed in my opinion.
If I can just make a quick point on this one, if you see the bottom paragraph there, the highlight, shall not participate, that's an abstention requirement that might not otherwise apply, right, depending on the law. 171, yes, but just the general conflict.
Got it. Anything on this page you wanted to add?
Let's see, shall not solicit any activity. Yeah, so we just talked about what gifts you can maybe accept, right? And so now we have this local policy that says shall not solicit, shall not accept, and it doesn't say unless it's allowed by law or anything like that. So, these can lead to some hairy situations. We're trying to figure out, okay, what was the intent, right? What are we trying to do there?
All right. And here are the statements from their board operating procedures that we added. There we go. And this is a little bit broader than, things that are prohibited by state statutes. A conflict of interest is deemed to exist when a member is confronted with an issue in which the member has a personal or pecuniary interest, which is money, or an issue or circumstances that could render the member unable to devote complete loyalty and singleness of purpose to the public interest. Do y'all want to add anything to that? I know this was...
I remember Trish and I working really hard on wordsmithing that line because we thought it was very, very important to be in. Trish?
Well, I was also going to say we kind of doubled down or added extra to that when we said the Leander ISD Board of Trustees are committed to ensuring that all trustees act in a fair and ethical manner, upholding our guiding documents and direction of strategic plan, and that no trustee uses their position for personal gain or to exert undue influence over others. So we added extra. So it isn't just about financial gain, it's about power or trying to exercise influence,
Right. Just always keeping in mind your role as a fiduciary, as a trustee of the district. So I believe I have that other language in here. We have that in here, Trish. If you have a substantial personal or private interest, you shouldn't vote on the matter. If you, a member of the board shall not also be an employee of the district, which of course you can't, nor shall a member receive any compensation for services rendered to the district. This provision shall not prohibit members from receiving reimbursement for things that, your travel reimbursement, things that you do in your official capacity. The board shall not enter into any contract with any of its members or with a firm in which a member has a financial interest unless one or more of the following apply. Let's see. The contract is awarded to the lowest responsible bidder, or the board member is the highest bidder for merchandise sold at public auction. So even where it might be legal, in order, under your local operating procedures, you have to be the lowest bidder or the highest purchaser. Does that make sense? Got it. Number 4, the board member is expected to avoid conflict of interest in the exercise of the member's fiduciary responsibility. So I think this is what you were talking about, Trish. And we've got several circumstances there. I won't read them all to you unless there are certain points that you want to specifically go over or drill down on. Again, this is, you've set your bar a little bit higher than what the state law requires and even federal law. So I think this is great in the interest of being transparent and ethical. These are higher expectations that you've put in place for yourselves. I'll give you a chance to read that. And that was it.
That's it. We did it.
That was it. Yes.
With a minute to spare.
1 minute. We got 1 minute for questions. How about that? Anyway, thank you for your attention. We hope this was helpful, and thank you very much, Eric. I appreciate you coming over and sharing your expertise on that. All right.
All right, good afternoon. I am back with you today just to close out the discussion around the superintendent evaluation instrument. If you recall, on Thursday evening, we did seek your input for what we wanted to prioritize.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's Yes, I was about to give you instructions. Yes. Yes. Okay, so on Thursday evening, we asked for your prioritization around what from part 2 and part 3 of the superintendent evaluation do we want to prioritize for this year. And so everyone except Ms. Romans got to weigh in on this, so we want to give you that opportunity. So your blue dots are on these first 2 pages. You can put your dots wherever you want. The red dots go on that last page, which is part 3. And again, you can put those on wherever you want. And so we're gonna let her do that, and then we'll see what emerges from this. And then I just have some clarifying questions for you.
Good job. You got this. You should pick the ones that I got. I'll give me some hands. I'll be like, couple. You're getting them? Oh, yeah.
Okay, so as we look at this, we definitely see a standout. 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 8 here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. Then the next closest, oh, that's a 6, 2. And then the next closest, I would say, is there. So you start to see the priorities that are emerging in this part 2. Okay? And then when we look at part 3, 6, 6, and then that one is 5. And that's definitely a clear break on that. So what I wanted to get some clarity on from you all, these pieces, we have evidence around this that's laid out in our district improvement plan. So that'll be really clear for us to bring back for the instrument. What I want to hear is, what does success in these areas, what does that look like as we think about the superintendent evaluation for this year? So that's the conversation I want to have, is specific to these 3 things. We can just have a conversation about it.
Okay, so for me, for the human resources management, I think that we touched on that while Dwayne was here. I think that seeing how we are recruiting diverse staff is a great way to be able to measure that. I think making sure that our salary scales are reviewed, looked at, making sure we're really in line, and how do we do that? I think that HR audit will help a lot. And then retention.
On top of that, I feel like this board has been asking for a dashboard to get an idea of where are we losing staff, and is it isolated to a campus? And I know since I've been on the board, we've asked for that every time, and so far we haven't got that. And I think for me, I feel like a lot of the questions or concerns, not concerns, that's not the right word, questions that we have in regards to certain things. It all ties back to this HR, like the salary scale thing. I know we've had a lot of discussions on that, and I feel like we have a system down, but I feel like things have changed and we have to think outside, right? It's not the way it's always been done. It's like, how can we improve that system to reflect the current society and the needs of what our teachers have today?
Anna, can I just get clarity on, you said this dashboard, and what I thought I heard you say was looking at specifically where are we losing staff?
We had talked about like a dashboard, and this was also, I want to say we had a huge discussion about this last year, right? We wanted to see an idea if we saw some turnovers at certain campuses a lot. And it's not so much it's not so much going after that campus and targeting and being like, what are you doing to not create a safe environment for those staff members, but it's more of like, okay, I know that how can we help? Because I know that we've identified problems already without that dashboard, but as a board, we want to see it because we get those updates in our board, at board meetings, but that doesn't paint the whole story for us. And so it's one of those things like, if we start seeing, one campus, 8, 9 resignations, well, what is that? What's getting out of it? How can we support our area superintendents so that way they're supporting the principals to create that environment for our staff?
For staff, and that's just where I wrote quick notes on, it's a few things. I definitely would like to underscore and emphasize the dashboard that Anna's talked about, and agree the HR audit. I mean, everything they've said here is just very important. I also think other discussions that we've talked about that I'd like to come back into is those areas of where we want to support staff. So it's not just about how do we support our counselors. We have a really low ratio of counselors. What do we need to do there? Transportation, how are we supporting that department specifically? Because we've heard about transportation, hard to fill positions or special education department. And then going in further, the supporting our teachers to make it the honorable profession that it is. And this is one of the subjects that we've talked about, and I know that we've made strides, but I'd like to see how we can continue it, which is that how do we encourage teachers to grow in the profession of being in the classroom and not just thinking that it's just a step to go to administration. Like that might be a route for somebody, but how do we keep supporting and growing that area of teachers staying in the classroom? And I know we've done some of that. The other thing is we've talked about student-teacher ratio and those classroom ratios. Like that really does have an impact on our staff. And kind of also looking at, when we saw legislative sessions start talking about what is it our teachers really need, there was a statement on paperwork that teachers have to do, the immense amount of paperwork. And I disagree with what the commissioner thought that meant, because I don't think that was it. I think there was something else there. And so, you know what? It doesn't matter. We don't have to agree on that because we just have to figure out for here what our LISD needs. And I think, okay, well, let's just find out what do our teachers think we have a paperwork issue where we're over paperworking and over mandating, and how do we balance that with also the needs of what the district also needs to have happen?
On this one, particular would be recruitment and retention. And the one thing I'm thinking about right now is our school psychologist. And the reason why is just because that's the one thing I know.
Wait, are
the
you
human
talking
resources management.
The human resources?
Yes, where it says recruitment retention. And so we know there's a shortage of school psychologists. And I know that we met them, we tried to make their work life a little more balanced. And so I know this year we are allowing our school psychologists to have work one day from home. And so I think for me is our education field is different, right? And so it's like, how do we empower HR to, yes, we need everyone in the classroom, but we've got to also kind of figure out, we're in this new world right now, right? We're losing teachers. We also have teachers need a profession. So how can we provide those extra incentives without impacting student outcomes? And so it's like that. That's why I use a school psychologist for an example. They could be on campus, but we're finding out that our school psychologists are using this time to catch up on their cases, and we're seeing the data to support this. Like they're identifying and going through evaluations at a higher rate than we have before. And so it's like, I don't want to see it's that work-life balance, but it's like those we can't pay them all the money. What is, yeah, we can't pay them all the money, but what are those extra incentives that we can give to help retain those staff?
Okay, anything else on HR, or we will move to one of the other categories?
Yeah, for HR, I just wanted to add the impact on programs of loss of some of our educators, our teachers, because there are some programs that are being heavily impacted as a result. I've heard from some students about that.
Okay, let us move up to staff development and professional growth. Again, same question. What is going to be evidence of success?
I think some of my other answers kind of cross-applied, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm going to say the number of grow your own. So if we can show how many IAs have converted to teachers, how many teachers have gone through the principal program, how many teachers are going through the AP program, how many teachers are getting their master's degrees, how many things like that. I think that kind of data shows us that staff development piece outside of just classroom stuff.
I think this would probably fit within both staff development and HR, but more staff development. How are we encouraging and compensating teachers who are serving as mentor teachers for those who are new to profession?
On the same page.
Yeah. Just making sure that we're giving them what they need, because that is a lot of extra work. It's a lot of extra time for them. So just making sure that we as a board and administration are doing what we can for them to make sure that they want to continue doing that.
And we want to encourage them to keep doing it because there's a lot of newer teachers coming in.
I think for me, the staff development and professional growth is giving those opportunities like we had today with Dwayne and Mel to sit down and really dig into the data, right? And having those opportunities. And I think what I loved seeing this year at leadership was the emphasis on required courses, like the legislative update, or how everyone was required to do a certain special education. And I think we hadn't seen that in the past. And so what I love from the administration, what y'all have done is you understand the board, y'all are listening to the board and what is important to us. And I love seeing at leadership that trickle down where those classes, they were normally optional, but because in order to fit in with our strategic plan, our core beliefs, those certain, I hate to say classes, but those staff development opportunities, there you go, were really, although they were mandated, they fit into where we're trying to get as far as achieving student outcomes. And so like today, like sitting down with the APs, digging over that data, not being afraid, giving that space, I want to see more of that. And I know we're just building off of it, but I think I love what y'all are doing now, but I want to see you expand.
On the converse of that, I want to see how much time we're giving teachers to be together in their PLCs, to be together for lunch, to be together to team build that maybe is outside of the day-to-day. How are we supporting them on campus? Are we getting parents to come in and cover lunch duty? Are we doing things like that where we're making that work-life balance better for them? Because everybody knows if you can have lunch with your friends once a week, it can make a huge difference in your week. And even if it's, I don't know if that's a district-wide something we can do is, lunch buddies or something, I don't know. But just to be able to give those teachers some time to commiserate with each other, I think can be a huge benefit.
I think to piggyback off what you said is, we hear a lot about having time in the classroom, right? This beginning of the year is crazy. So how can we ensure we're giving staff still that development, but also their own sense of space, right? Building their community at their campus, building, their classroom and building those relationships with their classroom teachers. Unpopular opinion, I know, early releases were not everybody's favorite. I mean, I left my kid at school lots of times, but teachers loved it. And I miss it, but I feel like we can still create that without doing those early releases and providing that burden, to the parents. But I feel like we can bring people in, right? Yeah, you've got to get creative. We can bring people in all day and we can make, staff sit down and listen. But at the end of the day, I feel for me, what's important is building those relationships at that campus, because we know when staff is happy and feels supported, they stay and it trickles down, and that's how you build a community.
Okay, so then the last one is instructional management. And I want to go over here and make sure that I speak to exactly what it says. So the superintendent manages an assessment and improvement system for student learning in the major academic subjects that results in the ongoing improvement in student achievement.
I put my dot there. And I think I told you this as soon as I placed it. I'm not talking about STAR, Sarah. I was like, I'm putting my dot here, but I'm thinking about what are all the measures and how do they all come together? And is it portfolios? Is it, it's really a growth from year to year. And I said, this piece is really important, but I don't want us to get stuck. At least for me, when I put my dot there, I wasn't thinking, when I saw the word assessment, I wasn't thinking, tell me STAR data. I mean, that's a piece, and it's a piece of our assessment, but how do we bring together everything into this place where we're able to see the growth of this student from year to year to year?
I think the other assessments that we're using, the what? No, the other assessments that we're using, ISIP, iStation, the MAPS data, things like that. I think because this is our first year of doing it, we're going to be able to see some interesting information once we get the next report on those. I think we continue to do that, and I think we continue to use Emily Gray's amazing brain and give us lots of, across the board, what are we seeing? Where do we have room for growth? I think that data tells us a big story, and I agree with Gloria, not STAR.
I like what Gloria, I think she hit my point, was the portfolio. Like I said earlier, we've seen it already established in certain parts of our district where students are owning their learning. I honestly, I'm going to go back. I would like to see, I don't care, okay, that's the wrong word. I'm not talking about STAR in this one, but for me, when I put my dot on there, I particularly thought about our student learning portfolios, because I feel like that for me is the beginning to where students start, owning their learning. And I know we're a big system, but it's frustrating sometimes because I'll go talk to a parent and they have no idea what I'm talking about. And so I want every parent to be able to see what I'm seeing, but I don't know how you're going to streamline that. Bruce, good luck.
All right. Any other
Well,
last?
it also
yes?
includes something that we had discussed before, so just making sure that we make sure that every child is participating. Yeah.
Well, just
and
one thing I think also, especially, it goes back. I know not everything goes to data, but I think about the conversations today with Dwayne and Mel, right? And it's really getting into that data and figuring out where do we need to focus to help those, help students improve and remove those barriers. And I think that's the first step. I love that we're not afraid to dig into that data to figure out why the numbers are at where they're at. And I think that today what I saw gives me hope, because I feel like our APs and principals and even our administration have a safe space, and they know their board is going to support them by getting into that data and trying to figure out, we know y'all are trying to figure out a solution. And I think I just wanted to add that, I think that data, that equity data is huge in this piece.
And then I'm also remembering another discussion we had, but this one was directed at STAR. And it had to do with on-level students in all grades, especially as it relates to math. And so that, I don't know if that's issue in outside of STAR as well? Like, are we seeing similar information in MAP? We'll have to unpack that, but that was kind of like a big issue that came out of some of the charts that we saw.
Okay, all right, so what we're gonna do, Dr. Martinez and I are actually gonna take all of this information, all of your feedback, we will put that together in an instrument. We'll send it back out to you next week, and seeking your approval at the 14th meeting in a couple of weeks.
But you're not asking us about the blue part.
So the blue, yes.
Okay. All right.
On the part two, we do actually have indicators already. We have measures related to district improvement plan, strategic plan.
We absolutely do. I'll follow up though, because that was one of the questions I asked when we were talking about this the other night, was is it possible that there may be another focus or another measurement we could do as a result of a hyper-focus in the superintendent evaluation? So I'll follow up with you offline, I'm just curious.
That sounds good, thank you. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Grissom. That was amazing. Before we close out, I want to thank everybody for being here at this table. I know spending our Thursdays, every other Thursday, in a school board meeting is sometimes hard for our families, but a Friday night and a Saturday, and often Saturdays, are precious time. And so just thank you, everyone, for your commitment. Thank you for the staff for being here, taking care of us. Thank you for security. Thank you, Christian, for the AV and audio, and just everybody doing everything to support LISD and our team to be able to sit here and do great things together. So it is 2:52, and this meeting is adjourned.